what the I didn't get who said about the APTA standards, but TriMet continually uses the APTA standards in negotiations as the gold standard. Um, and if APTA is recommending stuff about obviously we're a lot of us here to talk about the apprenticeship program. So for those of you that don't know me, one, good morning, President Warner. It's good to see you. My name is Anthony Forster, and I'm a member of ATU 757. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm the Executive Board Officer for Light Rail Operators. I've been at TriMet for 22 years, and I've seen a lot of changes. Some of them for the better, some of them not. In all that I've seen in all of your programs, the apprenticeship program is continually one of the best programs that TriMet has. Not only to make sure that its people are better, but to make sure that this agency can move into the future, right? And that's a fundamental piece of why TriMet has even seen the success that it has during my 22 years, and even before that, is the apprenticeship program. It's consistently delivered men and women to the agency, to the ranks of the people that have fixed all that I've broken in my 22 years. I've seen people that have gone through the apprenticeship program that can literally resurrect buses and trains from the dead, right? Performing miracle feats of mechanics on this equipment, saving the agency thousands of dollars by their training. I've talked to so many mechanics that came to TriMet with skills that were quite honestly lacking when they came to TriMet. And they had a break, they got hired as a cleaner, and then they added to their skills through the training, through the apprenticeship programs that the agency provided. And in this, they have actually been able to start taking care of their family better, taking care of their community better, right? That's finally that they finally have these resources and then the time that they can give back to the community and to all those that are around them. This is a fundamental part of organization and my union, quite honestly, that when you've been given, then you can give back to those that are around you, that you can lift up all those people that are around you through having the ability and the resources and the time. This program is not just about keeping our organization moving forward. It's about keeping the families and all of our communities moving forward. I'm a third generation union guy. My granddad was a part of the Engineers Local 701. He built Oregon. He built Autzen Stadium. He built I-5. He built dams in the Cascades. The apprenticeship program that he entered into allowed him to bring his family out of poverty. His kids, his grandkids, his great-grandkids have kept this moving through this training, through the apprenticeship that he went through. Apprenticeships have always been a fundamental building block of our organization, right? Groups around the nation are trying to figure out how to expand these programs because of the benefits that apprenticeship programs bring to the organizations. That's why I don't get why TriMet's trying to get rid of their apprenticeship program. In my opinion, if this program's gone, so will a fundamental pillar of TriMet be gone and how we have moved forward. Group after group is showing how important these programs are. Even with as partisan as Washington is right now, and we all know that it's just freaking there's chasms between the parties. There's a bipartisan bill that's making its way through Congress because of what apprenticeships add to organizations. There's so many things that TriMet has been ahead of the curve on. Electric buses, light rail vehicles. I mean, good golly, even the light rail system itself was ahead of its time back in the 80s, back in the 70s and 80s. When it comes to the apprenticeship program, it seems that the agency is not only behind the curve, but they're not even on the same road as so many people and politicians and agencies that I'm reading about. I want to keep
Anthony, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
I got one more sentence.
All right.
For me, I want to keep our agency ahead of the curve. I want to keep the apprenticeship program, and I want to keep our agency moving forward. And I think that's what you all want to do, and I think that we all need to be on the same page. So again, President Warner, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, and members of the board, thank you for your time.
Anthony, thank you for your comments. I think when we get done with this, it probably is, at least what I see, is it's time for everybody to understand what the issues really are in this, because I think I want to make it clear, TriMet is very supportive of training. I think we need to understand where we are in the contract negotiation. So I'm going to ask staff to come back maybe at our next meeting with some real specific background and information on this, because I know there's a lot of unfair labor practices being negotiated or going to be decided by the Employer Relations Board shortly. We ought to get the update on that, and we ought where the differences really are, because I think there's a lot of talking back and forth between folks that are really not, I think we're not connecting at all in terms of what we're asking for, we think, and what we are clear what the union asked for. So I think we need to spend a little bit of time on that, Doug, maybe at our next meeting. All right, let's go on to the next speaker, Jeff.
All right, next up is Jim Bennett. Jim, go ahead. Jim, are you there?
I don't hear anybody.
Jim, if you're you are unmuted. Yeah, I don't think this is going to happen.
Go to the next speaker then, please.
All right, Jamie Partridge. Jamie, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Great. Hello, good morning, board, and especially my rep from Northeast, Keith Edwards.
Hello.
I'm a retired mail carrier. I represent my union at the Northwest Oregon Labor Council. I'm on the executive board of the Jobs with Justice Coalition. I'm a bus and max rider. I want to focus on the potential loss of jobs to the community if TriMet continues with its current strategy, specifically contracting out more and more work and doing away with our maintenance apprenticeship programs. And not only is TriMet not prioritizing the upward mobility of its own workers, it's not even prioritizing the Tri-County area, often contracting out work to an out-of-state company. TriMet's contracting out union maintenance work and now is attempting to eliminate a 40-year-old apprenticeship program. This sends a message to the community, our community of riders, that safety is not first. I worry that our members, all riders, are not going to be safe if TriMet continues with its plans to eliminate the apprenticeship program, or if you continue to contract work out to and then contracting out the work often results in a lower quality product at a higher price, not to mention that the money you're using to contract the work out to out-of-state companies is coming out of Oregon taxpayer pockets and the line profit margins of these private companies. This is not good for our community. We should be keeping jobs in the Tri-County area, not sending them out of state. Our riders will be safer if we have people who care about them working on the buses and trains. Now, the apprenticeship program, it's good because it increases diversity in the workforce. It opens doors for people who may not normally have the opportunity to be licensed workers. And TriMet's only proposed alternative, as I understand it at this point, has been that workers attend school on their own time, which this isn't a viable option for many people with families. You shouldn't be decreasing the number of people who have access to these jobs as you're also expanding service. And which brings me to the fear that TriMet doesn't have a plan for maintaining electric buses. We're well on the way to electric buses, but the plan right now is to steal maintenance workers that already have training, mostly from school districts and car dealerships. And what are you going to do when this pool is no longer available and we have electric buses to work on? And instead of getting rid of the apprenticeship, you should be preparing to train mechanics to work on the new buses, planning on spending millions of taxpayer dollars on. So please keep the in-house apprenticeship program and contracting out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate it. Jeff?
Okay, I was able to get a hold of Jim in the chat, so we're going to go back to him.
Okay, good.
Jim, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
Outstanding. Good morning, President Warner, members of the TriMet board. Let me quickly introduce myself. I'll try to be brief. My name is Jim Bennett. I'm the elected executive board officer at 2757 of C-Tran in Vancouver, Washington. Also like to say good morning to Sam DeSue. I'm glad to see him at TriMet. It was a pleasure to work for him during my tenure at Pierce Transit. I was recently shocked to hear that the TriMet was considering to do away with the bus mechanic apprenticeship program. It is such an integral part of this agency I work for across the river. It makes our members and riders feel safer. creates great paying entry level jobs to people who would not normally have the opportunity to become journey workers. Although our maintenance employees here at C-Tran are not represented by the ATU, but rather our brother union and sister union workers over at the International Association of Machinist Workers. We work closely together. These employees in the apprenticeship program are an integral part of the maintenance department and have the full support of our agency CEO, C-Tran executive staff management, and the C-Tran board of directors. Also currently, C-Tran is working with the ATU and the Transportation Learning Center, which you heard from earlier, in developing an operator apprenticeship program as well, to include operator mentor program. I'd say apprenticeships are a time-tested approach to training and developing skilled labor. And by investing in talent development through these apprenticeships, TriMet gains a pipeline of loyal skilled workers, increase productivity, and improve the bottom line. The investment is definitely worth it. One of the other points I'd like to make is that as the industry moves towards electric buses, here at C-Tran, we're working on getting our first electric buses here. It is perplexing to me why TriMet would be working so hard to eliminate their training program when they should be getting it ready to work on electric buses. If they do not, then who's going to do the work? What will happen to the people working on the buses now? You're going to need all these loyal, skilled laborers when it comes right down to it. It seems like TriMet will contract out the work. It's kind of, is that what's going to happen? That's what they seem to prefer. I've heard my brothers and sisters talk about TriMet contracting out the maintenance work, and not just outside of TriMet, but out of state. And this is wrong-headed. Speaking of out of state and where Oregon tax dollars are being spent, TriMet also contracts out their paratransit, which sends taxpayer dollars out of the country to a for-profit business. This is not what public services are about. At C-Tran, we are proud to have our paratransit services in-house. We are. We have better paid paratransit workers and provide a better service to our community. We have a higher retention, which leads to more experience and a much safer and better quality experience for passengers. And hopefully with our next contract, we'll bring those C-Van operators to full wage parity with fixed route. Why? Because they're worth every penny. When we bought paratransit in-house several years ago, C-Tran staff reported to the C-Tran board of directors that they saved over $100,000 over what they had paid to the subcontractor. And that was even after a wage increase of over $3 per hour and benefit improvements of well over 5%. Think about that. So TriMet used to be the best transit agency in the country. I really thought so. I've been in the industry for a long time. 2 years ago, I have to say, C-Tran took on that title, something we were very proud of. I hope the TriMet board will put pressure on TriMet to stop falling behind industry standards and start setting them again. And without any further, that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
All right. I'm going to go to a call-in user next. I do not have your name, but you will get a notification in your ear that your mic has been unmuted. And you can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Richard Larson. I'm a member of ATU 757, and I've been a paratransit worker for over 27 years. And I agree with my fellow workers that in the past testimony that they said that they're putting their lives on the line there, and they're working very hard at this time of COVID, and we need to better serve them. Again, I agree that TriMet has refused to release some of these federal funds to reinstate some of our fellow employees. Last summer or last spring, TriMet First Transit laid off nearly 300 of our people here, and about 200 are still not working here. They lost their health care, and even while COVID is still spreading. Our jobs are essential and to the population that we serve. For them, it's the only way that they could get to life-saving programs, even life-saving vaccine. And today, I want to ask you to reconsider putting some more funding towards our reemployment, because we serve a vulnerable population. That's all I have right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Jeff?
All right, Bill Bradley, you're up next. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Can hear
Yes.
you.
Okay. President Warner, members of the TriMet board, thanks for taking the time to hear my testimony this morning. My name is Bill Bradley, and I'm an executive board officer with ATU 757. I want to take the time today to talk about two specific topics that will intertwine with the overall challenge facing TriMet. First, TriMet's maintenance apprenticeships are a long recognized model for training the technical workforce that keeps transit fleets moving. Since the mid-'80s, TriMet and ATU have worked together to develop entry-level workers into highly skilled craftsmen. Apprenticeships are critical now more than ever as our industry adapts to the technological shifts of alternative propulsion, whether that's battery electric or hydrogen fuel cells. The Department of Labor says 94% of workers that come out of registered apprenticeships are employed upon completion. TriMet has done better than that through its current model, where 100% of apprentices that are completed are employed. The Department of Labor also says that apprenticeships will lead to more tax revenues for localities and reduced demand on public assistance. These statistics are so striking that Representative Bonamici from Oregon's 1st District was a chief co-sponsor of the National Apprenticeship Act of 2021 that was introduced this week in the U.S. House of Representatives. Congressman Bonamici was quoted saying, "As we face historic levels of unemployment, apprenticeships will provide a pathway for displaced and dislocated workers to find critical upskilling and reskilling opportunities." She goes on to say, registered apprenticeships are a powerful tool to help workers who have historically faced barriers to entering the workforce and accessing good paying jobs. The stark incongruence of public policy is disturbing. While Oregon's federal delegation is looking to expand apprenticeships, TriMet is looking to shutter them. Our two organizations must have a common goal to work together so that the transition to electric vehicles can be smooth, not just for the workers' benefit, but the entire region's benefit. At my home employer, Lane Transit District in Eugene, we have been working together on high voltage vehicles since the early 2000s. Now our fleet has 5 times more high voltage vehicles than TriMet's. LTD currently has 50 diesel electric hybrids, and ATU and LTD have worked hand in glove since the outset of high voltage introduction. Using a combination of in-house, OEM, regional transit agency partners like Seattle Metro, and vendor-specific training, our mechanics understand high voltage safety and have the skills to diagnose, repair, and rebuild the entire electrical system of these fleets. Now, with the recent addition of battery electric buses from New Flyer, ATU and LTD traveled together to inspect and learn at the New Flyer plant in Anniston, Alabama. ATU's maintenance officer at LTD is also the lead electrical bus inspector. ATU has proven that we are up to the challenge throughout the region, but TriMet does not want to be a partner. The second topic I'd like to address is leadership. TriMet needs to find some. I would encourage anyone who hasn't read the 2014 report by then Secretary of State Kate Brown to give it a look. It acknowledged the lack of communication between TriMet management and frontline staff. It encouraged TriMet to find ways to improve this. One way to bridge that gap is to actually discuss the issues that frontline staff wants to engage in, like the apprenticeships. TriMet has postured that because perhaps they're not legally obligated to discuss these issues, they will not engage. TriMet for years has used a form of power on employees that I would describe as power over, which tends to push down on employees to achieve goals. I would encourage the approach of power through employees. The idea of the power over style of leadership is based on mistrust, where power through can only be achieved when there's mutual trust and respect from each party. This form of power is actually more durable and more productive. I once sat in a room where a man gave a presentation on this topic. That man now works on TriMet's executive team. I know the ideas are there to reconcile this relationship between our organization. The board must absolutely advise TriMet's current and future leadership that working together with the union is the right way forward. Dealing with the union from a purely legal perspective is a failure for its employees and our region. TriMet must now turn to a collaborative relationship to help build trust and meet the needs of the workforce and our region moving forward. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you for the work you do. I know it's volunteer and you guys do dedicate a lot of time. So thanks for hearing from me.
Thank you. Jeff, could you go on to the next speaker, please?
Yes, next up is Sarah Iannarone. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Hi. I'm here on behalf of the Street Trust, a nonprofit working to improve public transit, walking, and bicycling in Oregon. Since 1990, we've been working in partnership with businesses, community groups, and agencies like yours to make sure that residents of our state can meet their daily transportation needs. And we're a proud member of the Getting There Together Coalition. We're here in support of their recommendations for the general manager hiring process, and I imagine that they're going to testify here this morning to you, and they've also put those recommendations in a letter calling for an inclusive, transparent, and public hiring process with meaningful participation from community members. So I won't repeat what they're going to say, but I do want to emphasize the importance of this right now. TriMet's board is appointed, as you know, not elected, and thus you're not directly accountable to the people. And while we trust you will seek and hire well-qualified candidates, it's important to tap into the knowledge and power of our residents, going beyond checking the civic engagement box to truly improve the hiring process. We've watched in cities like Baton Rouge, where transit agencies have used civic engagement to revive struggling processes, and they've had meaningful evolution and growth by investing in robust civic engagement around matters like this, and it's improved the agency's standing in the community. The public in this process and into the future is going to be critical for TriMet through our COVID crisis and beyond, as we're asking riders and the public to support our agency's recovery and renewal, and to help us continuing our work of drive alone trips and meeting our climate action and equity goals. I want to be clear, none of us are arguing that the management of a major regional public transportation system is anything less than a Herculean undertaking for even the most qualified bureaucrat who's adept at managing intergovernmental relationships and ensuring effective project and service delivery and balancing budgets in a shifting landscape. However, these qualifications are not sufficient in today's context. Portland's transit agency at this time of intense civil rights reckoning and recalibration needs a people's manager who's willing to use their political power to do more than build the real estate capacity alongside our investments. At this time, we need a transit agency focused on building human capacity and realizing transportation justice through all of our services and investments. That said, meaningful community engagement in this hiring process, I'm sure, will increase our ability to achieve the latter. The next head of TriMet must understand and be committed to looking beyond choice riders to meeting the needs of underserved and transit-dependent riders, to be a champion for racial equity and public safety reform, to support the needs of our region workers, including those employed by TriMet, it sounds like, and committed to ensuring a sustainable regional economy in the future. Thank you very much for your dedication and service, and please don't hesitate to reach out to the Street Trust for our support in this matter.
Thank you for your testimony and congratulations on your new position there. And we will look forward to working with you as we move forward on our search for a new general manager. Jeff, how many folks do we have left, since we've already expended our 45 minutes here this morning? And but I want to make sure we provide opportunity if we have a limited few left.
We have 7 left.
What's the board's feeling on this? Do you want to keep going here? Okay, why don't we keep going, Jeff?
All right, next up is Greg Patton.
Greg, if I could ask you to be brief.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for listening to me. I'm a driver at First Transit and I'm a member of ATU 757. I'd like to agree with John McAlpine, who's already spoken, and Mr. Jim Bennett, and Richard Larson, also a paratransit driver. In particular, First Transit laid off nearly 300 people last March, me being one of them. And this happened during the pandemic, and we lost our health insurance as well. And this has been tragic to a lot of my fellow workers. I'd also like to support the apprenticeship program. I've seen personally how well that can work. On-the-job training is awesome, and I think that's the way to go. Thank you for your work. I really like my job, and I look forward to going back to work.
Okay, thank you, Greg. And next up is Carrie Schlosshauer.
Thank you. Good morning, President Warner and members of the board. My name is Kari Schlosshauer, and I'm a co-leader with the Getting There Together Coalition. We're a multicultural, multi-generational coalition that centers and uplifts the voices and needs of people most impacted by transportation inequities. And we do that through education, advocacy, access, and leadership. I first wanted to just say thank you for honoring Rosa Parks' legacy today and instituting an annual Fare-Free Rosa Parks Day on February 4th. We're definitely looking forward to seeing that day come around each year and hope to see it grow and expand. The next most important topic of the day for all of us really is the hiring of your next general manager. So together with more than 20 other community organizations, we wrote to you in December expressing our concerns about the process and community input for hiring the next GM. We thank you so much for listening to our concerns and slowing down the process to involve the community in this essential decision. And today we're asking the board of directors for fair representation and calling on you to intentionally create an inclusive, transparent, and public hiring process with meaningful participation from community members. We're making 3 asks. We're calling on you to build a hiring process that brings forth candidates that will address our region's most pressing needs, looking beyond choice ridership to include the needs of transit-dependent riders, leading with racial equity, supporting your transit operators, including what you've heard today from your ATU members, addressing public safety reform and making moves on equitable transit-oriented development and affordable housing, climate emissions reductions, and improved air quality. We know you can't do all of these things alone, and it takes you working with others in the region to truly address the needs of our transportation system. Second, we're asking you to embark upon a broad nationwide search with deliberate efforts to reach transit professionals who have success with both improving and expanding service in an equitable manner, and ensure that an open process happens where anyone who applies will be considered. Third, we're asking for guaranteed public opportunities for engagement of candidate finalists prior to a hiring decision being made, because the community deserves to know all the final candidates and the potential they can bring to our community. But pre-COVID even, those of us who use and rely on the transit system, we have been hearing and we have been saying that our transit system just isn't working for a number of reasons. It doesn't run where or when we need it, it's too expensive, or it doesn't feel safe, or all of these things or other things. We really need to make sure that the next general manager will listen to the community's needs. And in order for that to happen, we call on you to make sure the community has a say in the process. Thank you for your service and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. Jeff.
All right, next up is Lee H.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
I did not come on today to necessarily uplift the ATU demands, but I would like to just echo that and say that if there are any ATU folks left on the call, that as a
Oops, we lost you.
Lee, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, no, yes.
So yeah, if anyone from ATU would like to connect with me personally, my email is lee, L-E-E, at opalpdx.org. Feel free to send me an email. I would also just like to echo what Kari just said, uplifting the GTT coalition's ask in the hiring of the general manager. And I think from the work session that happened, there's a ton of alignment for what we all want to see. And your transparency in that process is definitely appreciated. I'm excited to hear about what potential roles TIAC and CAT can play in that process as well. And yeah, I'm just hoping we can kind of get clarity around what that timeline will look like for the hiring of the next general manager. I wasn't able to stay on for the entirety of the work session. And if there are any other, if there's any other feedback that you all would like as a representative of Opal, Bus Riders Unite, and GTT, feel free to email me personally.
Thank you, Lee.
All right, we're going to Shirley Block next.
Good morning, Shirley.
Good morning, board. My name is Shirley Block, President, ATU 757. And as president, I do not just represent the interests of TriMet employees. I also represent the interests of their families, other transit workers in Oregon and Washington, our riders, and our taxpayers. If I am not mistaken, so do you. TriMet is currently making decisions that are not in the best interest of all of those parties. And unfortunately, those decisions will undoubtedly result in a loss of jobs in the Portland area. I am here to ask you to think hard about letting one man make a decision to eliminate the training program that has been around and working for years. We have come to be you before and asked for support in saving the apprenticeship program at TriMet. You'll recall that Val Hall and the community partners joined us in this plea in previous meetings. And today we are joined by the community partners and other unions and locals and Transportation Learning Center. We have all of their support because losing our apprenticeship program does not just affect us, it affects our community, our riders, and other transit agencies and apprenticeships throughout the country. TriMet has committed to going full electric by 2040, but will not commit to training its own employees to maintain them. This will result in a loss of jobs to other members, our members, and to this community. TriMet has decided to eliminate a 40-year apprenticeship program rather than motorizing it. This will result in this less safe transit center, less entry-level jobs, and less diversity. TriMet has decided not to prioritize keeping work in-house, but instead becoming a more dependent on contracting out. This will result in fewer Portland jobs, lower quality service, and sending Oregon tax dollars out of the state. TriMet has decided that it is no longer necessary to maintain an apprenticeship program that has served as a national model to other agencies. This will result in other agencies following suit, and TriMet has decided that this is no longer important to be the best transit agency or even on the best transit list. This will continue to result in a continuous decrease in morale, safety, pride, and if TriMet will not hold itself to a higher standard that used to make us the best, that would mean you and I must work together to do this. Today, we find ourselves where we have been before, asking you to hold TriMet to a higher standard and prioritize transit workers and the riders. And to save the apprenticeship program, you were responsible to finding yet another new general manager. I certainly hope the new general manager know how to build a relationship with labor to work together. My hope is that we can treat this as a new beginning rather than doing the same old thing. Let's work together to make the public transit better, to keep taxpayers' dollars where they belong, to create jobs, and to find a general manager who is willing to work with us to reach this goal. We are asking TriMet to be a team player with us, not fight with us. And I hope that general manager is ready. And thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Jeff?
Okay, Frederick Casey, you're up next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll try to keep mine solid. My name is Frederick Short. My name is Frederick Casey. I'm the elected ATU Executive Board Officer for TriMet salaried employees. So basically, I represent anybody who doesn't work in maintenance or as an operator, but is in the union. So I'll trim down what I had written because we're short on time. Since January 4th, I am aware of at least 11 assaults on our members. That's 11 assaults. So that's roughly one every 48 hours. Do our members feel protected? No, they do not. Do they feel that TriMet management is there to support them and has their safety in their best interest? No, they do not. They are immediately suspect in any assault. Management questions what they did wrong and how did they provoke the incident instead of asking the more human question of, are you okay? And while the member sweats about their job and their livelihood, the criminal who assaulted them walks free or gets a slap on the wrist and is released to potentially do it again, and oftentimes does. The other factor that members fear that if they are assaulted, they can't fight back to defend themselves, because in most cases they will likely be, at minimum, hit with a hefty suspension, if not outright terminated. This includes anybody that's been off on work comp for any period of time due to an injury they received from an assault. When they get back, they are faced with disciplinary action or investigatory meetings, wondering what they did wrong. This is the type of company that has been growing for the last 3 years. Safety is not a priority here anymore, not in any sense that we have held for many, many years here. This is the company that you have allowed to happen and that management continues to foster. I don't know if this is the type of company that you wanted, but it's the type of company that you have. Our workers here at TriMet are a reflection of our community. They are a mirror image of it. They work in it, they live in it, they are here. You tend to hire people that are way outside of this community, that have no ties to this community, and are usually here for a short spat to bolster their resume and move on somewhere else. The board should focus on looking at promoting within, fostering relationships with the union, and providing a pathway to people that know this community, that live into this community, to help manage TriMet. That's all I have, really. It's not safe here. There is no accountability from management on anything. Everything is put onto the member. No one feels safe out here. Each garage used to have a big banner that said, "In walk the safest operators in the world." All of those have been taken down in the last 3 years. Any sense of pride about safety we've had here, any reminder that the people here at TriMet had for the safe operation that management felt that their safety was a concern, has been torn down and thrown in the trash.
Frederick, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. I think
All right.
your points are well made. Were you done?
Plug along.
All right. Thank you, Frederick.
All right. Mary Longoria, you're up next.
Good morning, Bruce Warner and board. My name is Mary Longoria, Financial Secretary of ATU 757. We have seen over the years an increasing trend in TriMet contracting out and privatizing whatever work they can. Maintenance, shuttles, paratransit, the list goes on. We don't want this to keep happening. In fact, we have asked before, we want to get this work back in-house. Paratransit services are provided to our most vulnerable populations and should be prioritized, not treated as an afterthought. And that is what TriMet is doing now, treating our brothers and sisters at First Transit, Regions 1, 2, and 3 as afterthoughts. TriMet has continuously refused to send any CARES Act funds to these regions to prevent layoffs. As a result, some 200 people remain laid off, and we do not know the extent of the service cuts to the populations they serve. We know that paratransit can be better. Jim Bennett brought up C-Tran, and they are, provides a more efficient and higher rated service. And theirs is in-house, and Washington taxpayer dollars stay in Washington. I will also cut mine short. I do think that bringing paratransit back in-house is a smart thing to do, especially right now. The jobs need to stay here. I also want to parrot what Bill Bradley said. Congresswoman Bonamici said, in Oregon and around the country, registered apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, and youth apprenticeships are helping workers gain the skills and support services they need to provide for themselves and their families. As we face historic levels of unemployment, they also provide a pathway for displaced and dislocated workers to find critical upskilling and reskilling opportunities. Registered apprenticeships are a powerful tool to help workers who have historically faced barriers to entering the workforce and to have access to good paying jobs. So I know that you had said earlier that you aren't going to get rid of training, but what you are doing is getting rid of an apprenticeship, state registered apprenticeship program that keeps our community safe. Thank you for listening.
Mary, thank you very much for hanging in there. Jeff?
All right, our last raised hand is Mary Botkin.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning. Am I off mute now?
We can hear you.
Okay. I just want to be sure that you got my written statement on behalf of ATU.
We did.
Okay. And the only thing I would add to that is, as you look for a general manager, it would be helpful if you look for someone who has a positive background with labor relations and in collective bargaining. I think that anybody who has a good background of being able to successfully resolve collective bargaining issues at the lowest level rather than at the highest level would be a good hire for TriMet. I'm a native Portlander, so I remember when TriMet was Rose City Transit, and I don't use it as much as I used to. I do value the service that you provide, and hope that you will consider maintaining the apprenticeship program, and also take a look at the background of anyone you hire for the general manager position to make sure that they have some positive experience with collective bargaining so that issues can be resolved at the lowest levels. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mary, for hanging in here. I appreciate it. And
thank you.
We do have your material, and we will be discussing the position description later on in our agenda, where it was clear that we wanted to see those kind of attributes in it. And I think if you hang in there, you can listen to those if you want also. So with that,
hang in and listen.
All right, thank you. With that, I'm going to close the public forum and move forward to our regular meeting. How's the board doing? Are we hanging in there? Anybody need a 5-minute break or anything? Was that a yes, Keith, to the break? I can't hear you.
That's a yes to continue. Let's go ahead.
All right.
We got a big agenda, so I'd like to go ahead.
All right, thank you. Well, let's move forward then. We're going to go right into the first off, I'm going to call our regular meeting for January 27th, 2021 to order. And our first item on the agenda is our board reports. And the first board report is on the Committee on Accessible Transportation, or as we call it, CAT. Director Bauman, I think that's you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. The CAT had its regular monthly meeting last week on January 20th. The CAT meeting overlapped with our special board meeting, so I didn't attend the entire CAT meeting. So thank you to staff for preparing this report for me to give to you. The CAT learned about our general manager search that we're now undertaking, and they did express their interest in participating in the public engagement process that we are going to be talking about later in the meeting. We also heard that CAT members wanted to express their appreciation and condolences, appreciation for Dr. Bethel, who formerly served on the CAT when he was on the TriMet board, and they wanted to be sure to remember him fondly for all of his work for CAT and for the community. Finally, there was an update on the Portland streetcar from Dan Bauer. He talked about ridership, the cleaning schedule on the streetcars, and he described new support advocate positions that are being added on the streetcar to help with safe practices. And that is the report on the CAT.
Thank you, Director Bauman. Are there any questions or comments from the board for Director Bauman? I'm not hearing or seeing any. Would you go ahead? I see Director Edwards, please.
I just wanted to build on the comment about Dr. Bethel and the loss not only to the community, but he was a great loss to our area. Period. I mean, Dr. Bethel was really had a huge impact on our community. I just want to make sure that everyone acknowledges that was a huge loss, and our condolences to the family, of course. But he was really a mentor for a lot of folks in our community, and he certainly helped me as well, and I appreciate that.
Well said. I know that he mentored me a lot as I came on the board, so we will miss him. All right, let's go on to the second board report, which is the Finance and Audit Committee. Director, excuse me, it should be Director Simmons. I think we're looking at an old agenda there. Director Simmons, are you there?
Well, it always takes me a minute to unmute.
Okay. We can hear you.
President Warner and members of the board, at today's Finance and Audit Committee, we were briefed on 4 topics. One was from Moss Adams, the auditors for TriMet. The second was an update on a financial outlook. Third was a report on the December 31st, 2020 investment portfolio. And finally, the status of ATU bargaining. When we heard from Moss Adams, we learned that the single audit couldn't be completed until after December 23rd because they had not received directions or an addendum on reporting having to do with CARES Act funding. But it did not change the excellent audit that we received before. And they also reviewed the management letter and made some suggestions that have already been implemented by the management. Next, we heard from Dee Brookshire in terms of the financial outlook, which, as you all know, is a moving target based on a whole lot of variables. And the financial outlook is built on a number of models, financial modeling assumptions. Some of them have to do with cost-cutting efforts, the reduced service, the pause of our service expansion, where we have a hiring freeze. And if we do hire, we evaluate vacant positions and deferred or descoped projects. What is important to know is in the financial modeling, the division transit is still moving forward and is expected to become operational in 2023. The work on the Red Line expansion is moving forward and expected to be completed by 2024. And our assumption is based on the riders will return by the end of 2024. So it was one of the really important pieces is there's going to be a second CARES Act allocation, and our allocation looks like it's going to be 199 million. So you will be hearing more about that coming forward. The third area that we heard about was the investment portfolio dated December 31st, 2020, and that is included in the financial statement summary letter that we all received in the board packet that Dee Brookshire provided for us. I'll just summarize by saying the $642 million of our investment portfolio is made up of restricted and unrestricted accounts. The restricted accounts are for unspent bond proceeds, which are issued for various capital projects such as the Red Line, the Powell Garage, the Division Street Transit, and so forth. And and then unrestricted is more for 3 months of operating expenses for running the agency. The final topic we talked about was an update on ATU bargaining. We reviewed the timeline and bargaining considerations, and we were told that bargaining is scheduled to begin again on February 3rd. And Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Simmons. A very thorough report. Are there questions for Director Simmons?
Also, if Lori and Bruce were in the meeting, so if you have anything to add, feel free to add.
I can add nothing more. You did a great job. I'm hearing none. So we'll move on. And the agenda up on, it's being displayed on, it shows a report on the Metro Policy Advisory Committee, but I don't see it on the latest agenda I have here. So Director Way, were you prepared? Were you going to give a report today?
President Warner and members of the board, good morning. There's no report because there has not been a meeting for NPAC. And today's meeting has also been canceled. So the next meeting that we have scheduled is February 24th.
All right.
At 5 p.m.
All right. Good report. Thank you. Well, let's move on then to the final report here this morning then, which is the Transit Equity Advisory Committee report, TEAC as we call it. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you very much, President Warner. Quick sound check. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. Thanks to President Warner and the board. I have my report for the Transit Equity Advisory Committee. Our previous meeting was January 12th, what is a whopping 2 weeks ago. It seems like forever, but there was an action-packed meeting. There was a lot of report outs, the first of which came from staff and was around the general manager search process. It was one of the early opportunities to share where we are with the search process, what we're intending to do, and get some feedback from TEAC about it. There was a report out from Alan Leto from our agency around the efforts to update the agency's business plan. So TEAC has an opportunity over the coming months to provide input on aspects of the business plan. So this was sort of teed up in the January meeting. After that, we had a report from the agency's transit-oriented development manager, and they provided an update on the Hollywood Hub transit-oriented development project. It's a pretty cool project that's coming up on the pipeline that will provide some great opportunities about transportation hubs as well as affordable housing. They're projecting over 200 units of affordable housing in that project. It's a great partnership with Bridge Housing, and it's a fantastic opportunity to begin to leverage the transit-oriented development policy that we discussed last year. After that, we had a report out from the Civil Rights and Title VI Program Administrator, as well as our service administrators. They provided an update about COVID-related service changes and the Title VI analysis associated with those service changes. So that was a little bit of information around that, and we were able to get some feedback from TEAC about it. There was also a report on from John Gardner, the director of the TEAC committee, about the reimagining public safety. That was a major community engagement effort last year, which has culminated in some recommendations, and so our TEAC director was able to provide updates on the next steps around public safety. And finally, to round it out, we had a presentation from April Burlstein from the City of Portland, who provided an update on the Rose Lane project. That concludes my report. It was an action-packed meeting, and we have a scheduled follow-up meeting in February, though I'm not seeing the actual date set on the calendar yet.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Again, a good report. Appreciate it. Comments, questions by the board for Ozzy?
I have a question.
All right, please.
Sorry, I missed Keith also in meeting. Director Gonzalez, thank you so much for that report. I just have a question. So for the Reimagining Public Safety effort that was presented, what are the next steps? You had mentioned that you received a presentation on next steps, and can you tell us what they are?
Well, the presentation that was given to TEAC at the committee recognized that we went through a public process, garnered a bunch of recommendations from community groups across the region, and those comments are incorporated into a comprehensive report that will be brought to the agency and brought to the board. So some of the next steps are really associated on getting the information brought back to the agency and to the board. I don't have a specific date on when there's going to be a report back to the board on this, but it was really a culmination of the community engagement effort that is going to yield the next step of bringing back the what this process will look like inside of the agency with all that feedback that we've learned. And on top of that, we do have a project coordinator that's been brought in as a new position that is going to lead that process of how we integrate feedback back into the agency. So there's a formalization process that's happening inside the agency now with the hiring of a new project coordinator and the formation of a new committee that is going to be part of the agency that we'll be hearing more about. Thank you for the question, Director White.
Thank you.
I guess I would like to, am I?
You're on.
Okay, thank you. If it doesn't compromise any protocols, I would certainly like to be at the next TAC meeting, especially regarding the business plan that the TAC will have input into for TriMet. And I presume Alan will be there as well.
Alan will be involved throughout the process of the business plan communications, and it warms my heart, Director Edwards, to know that you are interested in coming to participate. You have an open invitation, and other members of the board do as well. You can refer to, I direct you to our TAC Director, John Gardner, or you or any member that would like to get an invitation to that next meeting.
Appreciate it. Have a good day. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we're not compromising any protocols in regards to ORS and that by having so many board members at a meeting. So
this I would say general counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, but these are public forums. The committee is a committee that's kind of formed by invitation, but they are publicly notified, and we do have a public forum section. So I believe there is no breach of protocol, and as has been reported in other committee reports, there are multiple board members who do participate. This is no difference for this committee. So we can, unless there's something incredibly wrong, and President Warner can correct me, these should be fine.
You got it. You're obviously, Director Edwards, you're welcome to go. I think the thing we need to keep in mind, if there's more than a quorum of the board members present, that we need to notice that as such as a meeting of the board. And so I don't think you want to do that, but I would just check with staff to see how many are going to be there, so we don't run afoul with that.
Okay, thank you. I'll check with Director Gardner.
Thank you
for the clarification, President Warner.
All right, that concludes, I believe, our board reports for this morning. Let's move on then to the general manager's reports. Mr. General Manager, are you there and ready to go?
I am here. Good morning and ready to go. Right. So yes, just a couple comments. The first one, just to do Director Edwards' earlier statement, I'd really like to echo it, just to honor Dr. Bethel. His contribution, not only to TriMet, but to the community at large. I mean, I know everybody has benefited from his wisdom, his training, his education. I know I sure did as well. And so I just like to really reinforce his heartfelt comments as well, and to his family in this really sensitive time. So thank you, Director Edwards, on that. To the second point, Director Way had asked about around the reimagining safety security. So if we go back to the November board strategy session on reimagining safety security, and what we had committed to, you'll see coming up on a quarterly basis, a reporting into the board starting in March of the status of each of the steps. If you go back, each things were broken into 0 to 9 months, 9 to 18, I think it was, and sort of 18 beyond. So even as late as yesterday, there's a group of us meeting, including the hiring of a new individual resource to help implement all this. And the community outreach is, of course, a very instrumental part of the reimagining, not unlike what we did to get the reimagining strategy developed. So you'll be hearing on a regular basis from management on a quarterly basis going forward on that. And there will be, including an annual safety summit, if you will, for the general public in hand, led by our Executive Director, Marla Blag. So please stay tuned for that on a regular basis coming up. Okay. But there is a lot of work going on in the back room right now. It's quite extensive, actually, and actually exciting. So in terms of some updates today, I do want to update you on COVID because there are some things continuing. As we all know, every day is a change here and evolving. We'll cover ridership and the challenges we continue to have with ridership. And I know it's been talked about not only in the Finance and Audit Committee this morning, there's referenced a bit here in public testimony as well around the federal COVID relief. So I'll give you a bit of an update on that and get Sam Dessous to talk about our quarterly performance. And including in that, you'll see safety results that some of the other folks talking about today that we don't care about safety, but I think we absolutely do. So we'll talk about that and got a quick update, an exciting update on something we've made changes to the lift reservation system. And then finally, a few comments from Ellen Leto, which will tie into the TAC conversation that Director Edwards and Director Gonzalez had spoken about very briefly on the business plan. So first, to the COVID response from TriMet. We are waiting word from the governor's office on our request. We made a request to make sure that our essential workers, our employees receive priority for the next vaccine distribution. It is very important. So we are doing everything we can to influence that decision amongst a really challenging time for all of us, not just here at TriMet, but our healthcare workers, our elderly, communities of color, and others. So what I can tell you is we have spent a lot of time internally when our time comes to making sure that we are prioritizing who gets it first amongst our over 3,300 employees, in what order, focusing on risk, resiliency. We can't send everybody out at the same time in case people have some adverse health impacts. So we're working through the details of when the bell rings for us that we're ready and to go. So we do fall, according to the state category, in Group 1B. The vaccine at the time was expected at the end of February at the very earliest. We have a very positive relationship with Dr. Vines at the Oregon Health Authority. And in fact, she joined me at one of our most recent town hall just last week to answer questions, many questions by employees around, what are the effects, if you've got other healthcare conditions, et cetera. So she was just excellent and been a great partner with us on this. So, but Dr. Vines is indicating, I think as we're all picking up, likely in social media and on the news, that the supply chain is not, the inventories are not what everybody thought they'd be from the national level down. So we, Dr. Vines clearly sent a signal to us that what was intended to be our February timeline is in Group 1B, that's going to be delayed, including months. So we're doing everything we can to be ready. And so we're just going to continue to monitor and influence as best we possibly can. We're also continuing to build our employee vaccination rollout plan, as I've talked about, so making sure we're ready. The framework really focuses on our frontline staff, mission critical positions, along with those with increased health risk and also communities of color. Our plans to manage the vaccination levels to maintain normal operations as well. That's really important, particularly when if you may have a small department of 2 people. Well, if both go at the same time and you got to get service out the next morning, that might not be a wise decision. So we're trying to get down to the macro as well as to the micro to the degree possible. I know when I spoke to Dr. Vines about this, no matter how hard we try, there's going to be challenges. It's going to be messy a bit at times. We just know that as we see rollout national, and I suspect we're doing everything we can to minimize that, the looseness of and flexibility needed to roll this out effectively. But we do expect there will be some hiccups and such like that as we all go through this. Examples of this, so we will be looking at, as I said, frontline mission critical groups first, and then we'll move on to our general employees, those working remotely, and finally key contractors as well. However, again, this is all up to the governor's office to determine. We do know we're going to have to be nimble and flexible while we get through this. So, as I said, it's not going to be perfect by any means. we're about 10 days into our latest effort to educate our riders about wearing masks and about how to wear them, where to find them. Again, we made a decision which, frankly, most other transit agencies in North America did not make, where we're actually providing masks for free on the system. So we were, I think, the first that we know of to do it, and we continue to do it. Not only were the cleaners, extra cleaners of the cost to help maintain that high level standards, our bus barriers, but also we went with hand sanitizers on the vehicles, trains, and buses, as well as the free masks. So I know we've given out many millions of them. In terms of the awareness program we're rolling out right now, from January 17th through February 6th, we have extra employees out across the whole system to interact with riders using a influence and a gentle approach to reminding people. I think it's working very well. The feedback I got yesterday on that was actually they're seeing about 99% compliance by the general public. So it's a really high level, but 1% when you carry 130, 140,000 riders rides a day, that can still be, that's 1,500 type of thing. So it can still, there's still room for improvement. So we know it's not perfect. Possible with this. So again, since last May, when we started providing masks, we've distributed over 4 million masks now to the public. And our net cases inside TriMet are approximately 80. Most have all come from outside, from other third parties, but we continue to monitor this and work very closely with the health authority on it. So I don't know if there's any questions people have on COVID. If not, I'll move on to the next topic. But I just thought I'd pause quickly.
I see Keith. I see a couple people raising their hands. Keith, and then Ozzy.
Thank you. Yes, where exactly are we with the state as far as have been declared that our workers, especially those that are interacting with the public on a daily basis, are going to be able to get vaccinated? You're muted. You're muted, Doug.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So yes, that was, we had Dr. Vines literally with us last week. We fall into, as I indicated, category 1B. The vaccines we were targeting for was for February, but she's indicating now that is going to be delayed. We have met with the state officials at senior levels and to try and put our case forward on behalf not only of TriMet, but of course of the industry as essential workers. So we continue to push and try and match our readiness. So part of it was to show that we were ready and ready to go, our plans with them when our time comes, that hopefully we can get ahead of others, frankly, as we try and promote our interests here. But Dr. Vines indicated, I think pretty clearly, because of the lack of supply nationally at the national level, we are going to be delayed not in February, but a month or months out, she thinks. So we're not giving up on this. We're going to continue to push and lobby our interest and cause for this. So, but we're ready when they are, as soon as we possibly can. So we have many employees also who work in Washington, who live in Washington State, but work here. So if others can get, and we encourage others that if you can get the vaccine from other locations from your own network, because some of our employees may be 65 and older, if you qualify there, not because of the essential worker status, please pursue any and all options available to you. And just keep us posted so we're not double tracking and tying up somebody else's slot that may help somebody else health-wise that can get in to move us all through quickly. So again, it is going to be, we're not totally in control of when the bell rings for us to go. We own our readiness, and that's what we're really spending our time on right now.
Thank you.
Okay. I think there were some other questions.
Director Gonzalez. Director Gonzalez.
President Warner. General Manager Kelsey, I have a question about the communications going to the governor's office with regards to having our transit frontline staff and all of the other layers of designations made designated essential workers. I would, in the spirit of partnership, I'd love to ask you, how can we as board members support any efforts? how can our partners, the ATU, who truly are invested in safety as well, how can they support efforts to make sure that the message is getting to the right folks at the right time so that the governor can help support this effort?
Well, firstly, I mean, the more the better, right? So I think from the ATU perspective, I know they are very active as well on this. So we're very much aligned on the outcome that's best for everybody. So all boats rise, right? If we can get to where we want to go. From the director level perspective, I would be happy to be delighted if we could draft a communique up for the directors, and maybe we can work offline, maybe yourself, Director Gonzalez, specifically on that. That would be, it all helps. So yes, we are working, letters have gone to the governor directly, and communications has gone directly to the key health advisors to the governor's office as well. So the more the merrier, you bet. Thank you for the comment.
Certainly encourage that effort to be made, and I'd love to support any effort to have a letter drafted that the board can sign. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I see Director Way has actually electronically raised her hand, so please.
Okay, I think I'm on. Yes, I just want to also echo Director Gonzalez's comments around how we as a board can be supportive, especially to our frontline workers, given the nature of the pandemic and, again, the uncertainty of all of the things associated with it. So I would also love to support a letter for our board to advocate. I also just want to thank a lot of the ATU members for just testifying today. I know we had a long public testimony session, but for me personally, I came out of union organizing and then moved on to community organizing. So before I ever became a community organizer, I was a union organizer first. And so just really appreciate the work of just folks on the front lines who are, literally trying to make a living with their profession. So I just wanted to make that comment for the record. And I do have a question for you, Doug, because I know that there were some folks who testified who said that we moved the restrictions from the 6 feet to the 3 feet in terms of distancing. And that sounds a little concerning. I don't know why we're, increasing the capacity of our passengers. Can you, is there a way that you can sort of explain that shift?
Sure. No, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Director Way. So firstly, I think we look fundamentally, our ridership is down about 70%, 65 to 70%. So we're not carrying anything close to normal volumes, if you will, of our customers on a daily basis. As well, and most importantly, is we've also taken a number of steps working with the governor's office. And I'm going to get the date wrong, but let's call it, I think it was May 11th or May 14th. Of last year, the governor came out with, working with the Oregon Health Authority, they came out with a statewide update on the requirements for specifically around public transportation. And in it, it did move they did move from the 3 foot distancing to the broader distancing, the 6 foot plus distancing. So that is as per a regulation that the health authority put in place specifically for transit agencies in this state. So we are part of that. We put up signage, and also I think we're the only one in the state who also put up bus barriers. So giving a supplemental, not only for the health reasons, which was a real important cause, but also for the assaults you even heard about today earlier from one of the individuals. So so this was driven by the Oregon Health Authority and their standards at the state level to allow us to go because it was deemed to be safe. And in fact, if you look at our results overall of the 120,000 to 50,000, depending on what day it is, that we carry on boardings a day, and our net actual results, even Dr. Vines had commented that it was quite actually amazing, with 80 cases, most from outside for the agency. We don't want anyone to have one, but when we layer out the steps we've taken, plus the sanitizer, plus the free masks, we start to the whole list of activities that we've done, plus the wands, plus the the foggers we use with sort of launching each bus each morning at 99.9% disinfected. Those combined standards gave some pretty good confidence to the health authorities with limited exposure of that distance that it was within their definition of appropriateness. So it was actually driven by the health authority on the state level. Okay, if there's any other questions, happy to answer them on this. If not, suggest moving on, President Warner.
Please move on.
Okay. In terms of ridership, I think I just kind of referenced this for the month. Our decrease is about 59% from December of the previous year. The weekly bus was down 58%. Max was down in ridership about 61%. Again, just to remind everybody, we're really performing at essential service level standards. So particularly with the significant more cases that are evident right now around in this region and in the country. So West was down 76%. So only those who really need to use the service should be using it right now. We're seeing smaller declines in our off-peak weekend service and as well as on our frequent bus network. Again, we're really trying to be there for those who need to get to a hospital or to need to get to essential travel or work, key service providers use. So we're trying to maintain as much service as we possibly can, being fiscally responsible, but allowing that's why I took a risk, frankly, as you are aware, to go from 90% back up to 95% on the bus. So we're going to monitor that over the next several months and see how the ridership and usage actually materializes. So in terms of what I mentioned before, the federal COVID relief, I'm just going to touch briefly on this. In late December, was called the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, was signed into law at the federal level. And it included $14 billion for transit. So again, that has now passed. We are also getting preliminary numbers from the FDA to determine what's our share of this allocated amount, and not just our share, but also what are the restrictions. We understand there's going to be more restrictions on what the kinds of uses it may qualify for versus what I will now refer to as CARES Act 1, the original one, versus CARES Act 2. So there's a lot we don't know, but the encouraging part here into this CARES Act 2, we're estimating about $190 million. And the latest number we got was 199, but let's call it 190, which is slightly more than what we got in CARES Act 1. So that is very encouraging. As well, the most recent information we have from our sources down in Washington directly is that President Biden has also announced a $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. More specifically to us, that one talks about a new number of being $20 billion versus the $14 billion in relief. I'm not sure that we would anticipate more coming our way of the $199 million that in the conversation I just mentioned, because I think they're really taking that incremental amount to some of the largest and hardest hit agencies, i.e. New York, who are looking to potentially cut 40% of their fundamental routes across the board, including subway and such. So, anyway, we're going to continue to monitor this. It's very encouraging for us as what has been passed into law will be helpful for us. And I just would remind the public and the board, this is while we get through this challenging, extremely challenging time, this is a supply side. This does not get back to the demand side of the equation. Ultimately, over time, as the recovery continues or gets, you get to herd immunity and plus with the vaccine and the economic impacts it's brought on a lot of people, we need to get our ridership back over time. So I think it becomes very important. So this is funding for the supply side of the service, not the demand side. So at some point, they're going to have to reconcile over time. So anyway, it's good news for us at this important time. So we'll keep you posted. Next, I just want to ask if Sam Dessous, our Chief Operating Officer, can maybe just review our quarterly performance. So Sam, maybe turn it over to you, and I think you've got the presentation ready to go.
All right, Doug, I'm on. Is the presentation up, Jeff?
There we go, coming up right now.
There we go. All right, good morning, President Warner and Board of Directors. I will be presenting to you today the third quarter 2020 System Performance Report highlights, and I am going to feature the months of July, August, and September 2020. I will also compare the third quarter of 2020 to the performance of the third quarter of 2019. There are several key highlights here for this report. First, our rural rail violations continue to decrease. Our bus collision rates is one of the lowest in the last 5 years. We will continue to maintain a safe operating environment for our employees and customers during the civil unrest that we dealt with during that time frame, and we rerouted our service around all of the civil unrests. Also during this time, we were dealing with the challenges of the wildfires and some of the worst air quality recorded in Oregon's history, along with the continuation of the COVID-19 pandemic for face masks and social distancing on our vehicles. Also, we had 80 employees that had to take time off to evacuate their families and their animals from the wildfires. I want to just pause and just tell you how we feel. We are very grateful that our employees continue to show up and carry out our mission. Next slide, Jeff. As you can see here, we had a 7.9 percentage point increase for bus on time performance. The region was under Governor Brown's stay-at-home orders, and there was less traffic on the roads. We also had a slight on-time performance increase for MAX, but essential stable. Next slide. Looking at our West on-time performance, we had a slight increase. Our West on-time performance has recovered nicely after the positive train control work was completed at the end of 2019. Next slide. Here, our fixed route bus complaints increased by 4.2 percentage points over 2019, the same quarter. But I want to just pause here and please remember what we were dealing with in the third quarter of 2020. We were dealing with COVID, we were dealing with the wildfires, we were dealing with the enforcement of masks, we were dealing with the social distancing piece of it, we were dealing with enforcing maximum social distancing on the vehicles. There was a lot of anxiety, we had conflicts, and lastly, we dealt with the civil unrest that was there. Another piece of our customer complaints as well is that the Steel Bridge project was going on for the entire month of August. So we had to reroute our service to complete that project. So we had 1,081 complaints from 6.2 million boardings. So when you compare that to third quarter 2019, we had 1,885 complaints from 14.3 million boardings. Next slide. Our MAX light rail complaints have slightly increased due to the same things, the COVID-19, the enforcement of social distancing on vehicles, also the fires in Steel Bridge project of rerouting service during civil unrest. Out of 3.8 million boardings, we had 91 complaints. So if you look across the quarter here on the rail side, we had 90 days basically for that quarter. So basically we were looking at one complaint per day. Next slide. We continue to decrease our rail rule violations by 39.2 percentage points. Rule violations per 1 million miles over Q3 2019. This is great news for us. We have been in a steady decline over the last 12 months. Our operators have been trained, training has been involved with them and familiarizing them to all of the lines. And I just want to take a moment here and pause and really congratulate our rail operators, our training staff, our Operation Control Center personnel, and our supervisory staff as well. Next slide. This is another good news slide here from Lyft. We've decreased the miles between road calls by 11.2%. And again, we're going through and replacing vehicles, and it's led to that improved performance. And I just want to thank Margot and her staff over at Lyft that's providing this service to us. Next slide. Here you see our fixed route bus mean distance between failures had an increase by 22.1%, or an increase of 1,840 miles over Q3 2019. One of the things I want to just point out here is the average mean distance between failures between our peers is about 11,000 miles. So we are just slightly below, but we're working. Want to give credit here to our mechanics that keep our vehicles mechanically sound. Next slide. Our max mean distance between failures has a modest increase by 12.9 percentage points, or 1,400 miles. And again, this is due to a fewer failures in our Type 1 doors, which the Type 1 LRV vehicles are 34 years old. We have 26 of those vehicles. And in about 2 years, you'll start seeing us replace those Type 1 LRVs. But again, more miles between failures mean a higher train reliability. Next slide. This is very great news for us. Our bus collisions during this quarter has decreased by 36.1 percentage points, one of the lowest in our last 5 years. We had 205 collisions over 5.9 million miles for the third quarter of 2020. This decline is primarily due to a decrease in mirror strikes and hitting fixed objects. Also, there was less traffic on the roads with the governor's stay-at-home orders. But again, I want to congratulate our bus operators and our training staff for ensuring this goal that we've met and we've set here. Next slide. Our overall rail collision rate remains low. However, we had a modest increase of 7 collisions over Q3 2019. So in 2019, we had our lowest number of collisions, which was about 10 in the last 5 years. We've traveled 1.1 million miles in the third quarter of 2020 with only 17 collisions. This is less than 1.5 collisions per week for the entire quarter. Again, congratulations to our rail operators, our training staff, our operations control center, and our management staff that's in place. So as I conclude this third quarter 2020 performance report, we were then and are currently providing essential and vital service to our communities in the Portland region. We are very grateful for our employees showing up to work despite the risks and the fears of the pandemic, the wildfires, the hazardous air quality, the looting, and the civil unrest. Our employees kept this region moving, and we appreciate their hard work and dedication. They are the lifeblood of this agency. President Warner, just thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Sam. Let's see. Any questions from the board on this? There we go. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Warner. I appreciate the report, Sam. Fantastic presentation, well-structured information. I see that we're having to navigate safety and managing these statistics in an informed way to make decisions. But I lack context with how we're doing with respect to other agencies. I know that we have unique conditions and we have our own responses to many of these matters, but with your knowledge of not just our agency, but the industry a little bit beyond us, how many of these challenges are things that our other agencies are confronting? Are we that different in either how we're responding to these things or how we are seeing our response result in these statistics?
So thank you for the question. We are not that different from other organizations that's out there that's dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. But we are different when it comes to the wildfires and the civil unrest that we've been dealing with here in Portland. So those two things there are different than what the other agencies in the country are doing with. And if you ask my opinion, I sit as a board member on the APTA board, and I can tell you that TriMet sits in the top 5 transit agencies on our performance currently right now at this time. Agencies across the United States.
Thank you.
Sam, thank you very much for all your work and everybody's work, as you said, from our frontline operators to trainers to supervisors to the maintenance team, who never gets the credit. Oftentimes they're behind the scenes, and they're very much part of the unsung heroes of the agency. So thanks, Sam, for your leadership on this. If there are no other questions, I'm just going to move on. I've got 2 other items, if I can. Oh, sorry.
No, please move forward.
Okay. I just want to also, next item, just to bring your attention to a change we made in our Lyft Paratransit reservation system. Just this month, January 1st, we reduced the amount of time allowed for advanced booking from 7 days to 3 days. We think a really positive step forward. The change itself we put in place follows in extensive conversations that we've had with CAT analysis, which found that 70% of our Lyft cancellations or no shows at the door were booked 4 to 7 days in advance. By reducing the reservation window here to 3 days, we feel we're able to really increase efficiency, reduce costs associated with the bookings that go unfulfilled. I really want to applaud Jan Campbell, who chairs CAT. I think everybody here knows her, for her help to make this happen. So thank you, Jan. We did vet, as I indicated, the plan and the whole implementation prior to implementing it with CAT, and in terms of understanding the intentions and the projected outcomes that we have. So I do want to, my hat's off to Margot Moore, the whole team, the IT teams involved in this, and the project team, on a really an innovative way to help actually better serve our customers. So there's less planning needed and more support to get us where we want to go to increase the service level. So I think it's a pretty exciting initiative for us, and we'll report back down the road as we see the results and ultimately what the customers, the people we carry, what their viewpoints are on this. So finally, last item up is I'm just going to call up Ellen Lato to briefly talk about the business plan for all the work that's gone into this. Everybody knows how much work does go into these, and the culmination of board's input over the few strategy sessions this last fall. And specifically would like to show appreciation to Director Simmons and Director Bauman for their help and advice behind the scenes to what you have here today, which will now move to the public consultation phase. So Ellen, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. Thank you, board members. Just very brief update on the business plan. You should have received that draft business plan in your board materials. That will be going also up on TriMet.org at the business plan section in the next few hours, probably, if tomorrow at the latest, I believe. We are releasing that for public review starting today, obviously, and asking for comments by March 1st. And as you heard from one of the earlier reports, we've gone to TIAC to discuss it initially, and we'll be entertaining any comments and questions after that. And I'm meeting with CAT coming up soon as well. And it's incorporated in our overall public outreach and engagement, which combines business plan and service planning and budget so that folks can get a more holistic view of the agency. You'll see as you work through this document, there are reflections of the obvious elements such as responding to COVID-19 and the economic related impacts. You'll also see reflections of the reimagined safety and security efforts and some of the equity and inclusion efforts for our community and for our own TriMet team members that some of the board members have brought up at previous discussions and strategy sessions. And it includes the points of emphasis and strategic priorities that you all have already reviewed and provided input and editing for. So with that, I don't want to dive too deeply into it. The public comment period is open until March 1st, and I look forward to getting comments from any of you and anybody else who's listening.
Thank you, Alan. And then just as a reminder, this will then come back to the board with updated what were the comments and then to what degree were they factored into the business plan and the financial plan that should be going hand in hand with this.
Yes, I'm sorry, Doug. I absolutely should have said that. We will be coming back to the March board meeting with what we'll have incorporated all of the comments in a final version at the same meeting at which you're seeing the draft budget so that they're informing each other.
Good. Any other comments, questions by the board at this time? I believe we're going to have more than one opportunity to weigh into this.
Yeah.
And obviously help guide our budget and our priorities for the next year.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
Ellen, thank you very much, Mr. Board President. With those eight items, that would conclude my report, unless there's any other questions individuals have from the board.
Thank you very much. All right, now, how's the board feeling about a break? I know there's been at least 3 of us that have been sitting in this chair for about 3 hours now without a break. So how about a 10-minute break? All right, we'll come right back. Is 5 okay or 10? 10 minutes?
Let's do 10.
10-minute break, all right. Well, I see a few more smiling faces, but not everybody's back yet. Have we got all the board members back now?
I don't see Director Way or Director Edwards back yet.
I don't either. Yep. Thank you. We'll give him a couple more moments here. There's Director Edwards. He's back in.
Handsome face, my goodness.
We're watching you. Is Director Way back? Well, I think we're going to get going on a consent agenda here. If she comes back in, we'll wait for her on the resolutions, but I think the consent agenda, we can move forward on here. So I'm going to go to the consent agenda, which is item number 3. And for those of you watching this for the first time, the items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and may be approved by the board in one blanket motion. However, any board member may remove an item from the consent agenda for discussion or questions by requesting such action prior to the consideration of this portion of the agenda. So I'd point out that there's only 2 items on the consent agenda today. One is approval of the board meeting minutes for December 9, 2020. And the second is reading of ordinances by title only. So first off, is there anything that a board member would like to have removed? Hearing none, then there's a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move. This is Lori.
Okay, is there a second?
Keith.
Second and Keith, all right. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion to approve the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Whoops. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is approved unanimously. All right, let's move on then to the resolutions. The first resolution is Resolution 21-01-49, which is adopting a general manager position description and informing the public of the general manager search committee and appointment procedure. And I think I'm going to kind of do the intros for this one, and then I'll turn it over to Director Bauman for further comments before I ask questions and then take an action over. So with the departure of the general manager, Doug Kelsey, announcement in early March, with the departure of the general manager in early March, because his contract expires then, the TriMet Board of Directors must begin the search and the hiring process for the next general manager. As I've stated before, selecting TriMet's general manager is the board's most important duty, and the board will lead and implement an open, transparent, and thoughtful search process that will be informed by feedback from the community and stakeholders. We heard from a number of folks this morning about just reiterating that, and I think the board is already committed to doing that. And with the board's guidance, TriMet staff will be developing public engagement opportunities for all over the next few weeks. And TriMet, I think, has demonstrated a strong history of inclusive community engagement. And I want to say, even with all the challenges posed by the pandemic and the social distancing, the agency will conduct extensive outreach and connect with riders, employees, stakeholders, and the public, just like we did in reimagining public safety in the latter part of last year. So there will soon be more details as the agency puts that overall outreach plan together. So with that, I'm going to go on to just say that leading this region's largest transit district is a monumental task, and to begin that process that will eventually lead to the selection of the agency's next general manager, the board must first approve the general manager's position description. This is a procedural step, but a necessary one and a vital one to inform and begin our recruitment and hiring efforts. The board began the discussion last week at our January 20th public working session to identify areas of consideration that board members felt necessary to help inform the job description based on the challenges and opportunities that now confront us all. And with the board's feedback and input, I believe we now have a very robust and comprehensive job description for the board to consider here this morning. And again, please remember that our approval of this job description is just the starting point. There is still much work to be done, and we anticipate much discussion with our elected officials, stakeholder groups, advisory committees, riders, and more to revise this job description further before it's used in any recruitment materials or advertisements. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Baumann, who's been leading a search committee, for her comments and recommendations. Director Baumann, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for asking me to lead the search committee. I think we are very excited to start a very thorough and deliberate process. So, by adopting the position description today, the board is taking, as Bruce mentioned, just the first step in the GM search process. This is a procedural step that enables the search committee to begin meeting, but it's also a substantive step because it gives us a framework for obtaining input from the community, and which is something that we intend to begin to pursue quite soon. So we did meet last week. We discussed the knowledge, skills, and abilities that the board will seek in a new general manager. We started with a position description. Our baseline was a position description from 2017 and 2018. And we discussed revisions from there. I do encourage everyone to look at the document. We started with, I think, a very thorough and well done position description, and we've now updated it, and it's quite comprehensive. I'll just mention real quickly some of the key additions or changes to the position description include safely bringing back ridership that was lost due to COVID, focusing on renewable energy initiatives, advancing equity in all of our work, and supporting initiatives around transit-oriented development. So after today, our next step will be for the search committee to begin meeting in earnest. We'll then plan to reach out to the community for your thoughts on what knowledge, skills, and abilities we should be looking for. And we also want to hear from the community about priorities for the agency as we hire a new general manager. And we'll take all that input into account as we go out and recruit a pool of candidates and then consider finalists and ultimately make a hiring decision. So I would certainly encourage approval today of the position description.
Thank you, Director Baumann. I too also recommend the board's approval on this resolution. So before we get into make some questions or further discussion, is there a motion to approve resolution 21-01-49 as presented here today? So I had a motion. Was that Director Edwards? And the second, was that Director Gonzalez?
I think that was Director Gonzalez that made the motion.
Okay.
And I will second it.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So are there questions or comments and discussion on this item before we take action? Director Edwards.
Jeff, could you scroll up your Further, please, because my concerns are with the language of the actual resolution. And sometimes I get concerned because we'll have a discussion, but at the same time, the resolution doesn't really reflect the points that were brought out in the discussion. When we get down to therefore be resolved, and thank you, Jeff. When we get down to the therefore be it resolved, I'm concerned about the language that's not strong enough in regards to the community involvement. The language there just says that the board will including coordinating community feedback, and I just want to make it real clear that it needs to be. Our intent, I think, is a little bit stronger than the language states, as far as the community feedback and including the community in the process. Because to me, when you say you're coordinating community feedback, is a lot different from including the community in the process so that they are a part of the process. I understand they're not going to make the final decision. The community gets that as well. But I think it should be more a stronger language, or maybe worded differently, to speaking about the inclusivity of the community's input.
That's a good catch, Director Edwards. I agree with you on that. So would it be fair to say that, I don't want to wordsmith the resolution here, is that I'm looking at our general counsel. What I think you're saying is we want to have language that makes it clear that we want to not only outreach to our interest communities, the community out there, we want to involve them, and we want to work with them on an ongoing basis as we make the decision towards a new general manager, something like that. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Could it say, how about including coordinating community engagement and feedback? Would that work?
Yeah, I think I didn't hear the word involvement in there, but maybe that's the word I'm looking for.
Involvement instead of engagement, we could do including community involvement and feedback.
Okay.
Something like that. Director Gonzalez, did you have a suggestion?
If I can only unmute myself.
Oh, sorry. I can go after Ozzy.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Director White. I was going to suggest for consideration, including ensuring meaningful community feedback.
All good. I like that too. Director Way?
Well, all those are also great words. I was going to suggest prioritizing the community feedback. So there's engagement, but, saying we are prioritizing this.
Okay, so I think I've heard all of you, and if I wordsmithed it, how does this sound? Including ensuring and prioritizing meaningful community involvement and feedback. That includes everybody's comments. How does that sound?
That's good.
I see heads nodding. And so just procedurally, board directors, what you'd want to do is somebody would need to first make a motion to make that edit. So we'll table for a moment the motion that's pending on accepting the resolution. So let's table that, Kimberly. And we'll go back to asking, Board President Warner will ask the board if there's a motion to make this amendment to the resolution. If there's a second, you'll vote on that. Once that's passed, then you can go back to the original motion.
So is there a motion for the friendly amendment language changes that were just discussed?
Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the motion with the suggested language of General Counsel.
Good. Is there a second?
I second that.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Oh, sorry, Keith, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Hearing none, then, all those in favor of the motion to amend the language in this resolution, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed? Any abstentions? motion to amend the resolution is approved. Therefore, we can go back to the full motion for the resolution in and of itself. Is there any further discussion or comments? Yes, Director Edwards.
Yes, I have another one. I'm concerned about the language again that talks about working with the search firm and TriMet staff on recruitment and narrowing the candidate pool for review by the board. I'm concerned because I know sometimes in the process of these recruitments, and when you hire someone as a consultant to help you find a pool of applicants, that oftentimes the consultant will get over their skis, if you will, and sometimes discourage folks, or may not bring all the applicants that that we need to see. In other words, sometimes the diversity is diminished because of the search firm that we have looking for our applicants. And I just want some assurances that in that language that we're going to make sure that we get everyone. I don't want them excluding someone because they don't feel that they're maybe capable, or they're not an appropriate applicant, and that might be our best applicant.
Oh, okay, I think nobody would disagree with your assessment there. The question is, do we need to change the language to make it more clear that we're just get rid of the word narrowing and bringing forward a candidate pool for the review by the board?
Yes, that would work for me.
Ms. General Counsel, are you okay with that change?
Again, you're going to need to do the two-step process that we've talked about. I don't know if that.
I'm sorry, General Counsel, I'm going to ask you to wordsmith that again for us.
And let me think about that, because I do think that the search committee's function is to look at all qualified candidates and determine, from those qualified candidates, who should come forward for the whole board to meet. And so that is going to be one of their functions. Is they're not going to bring forward a candidate pool of 30 for the whole board. That defeats the purpose of the search committee. So now
he's making reference to the search firm.
So working with the search firm and TriMet staff on that's actually that's about what the search committee is doing. So maybe you say working with the search firm.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yeah, my concern is, like I say, and a candidate A may be the best candidate. That might be the candidate that we would naturally end up with. I don't want candidate A to be excluded for some reason. In other words, if they bring, I want to see everyone that applies, so that we can also, and not necessarily to second guess them, but at the same time to make sure that we have all the best candidates that we have for this position. This is an important decision, and I don't want someone eliminated because the search firm felt that they weren't the person that we needed.
Yeah, I think the language, now I'm understanding the issue here, because I think what this is saying is the search firm is going to work, or the search committee will work with the search firm, TriMet staff, and everybody else on the candidate pool. And you want to make sure the search firm doesn't throw anybody out before the search committee has a chance, which is the board. Subcommittee looks at all of them to make sure we're not missing somebody there, or somebody's taken out without our understanding.
Yeah.
So I actually think this is, based on what we just described, is pretty much said right here in this paragraph. But I think we just need to understand our intent is to empower the search committee to work with the search firm and staff and us, all of the board, to come up with a narrowing and the final list of candidates that we ought to be consulting with the general public and the full board for selection.
Yes.
So I think this says it, Keith. I'm not worried now that I read it again that we're
okay. I just don't want it to come back and bite us in the end.
I'm looking at Lori as the chair of the search committee. Do you feel the need to change anything there, Director Bauman?
Right. I see your point that this particular paragraph is describing what the search committee is going to do.
Yes.
And that working with the search firm and staff will be part of the process of the search committee narrowing the candidate pool for review by the board. So the intention is that the search firm, the value added from them is that they have contacts in the industry, right? And so they can go out and kind of shake the tree, so to speak, and find candidates for us. We rely on their expertise, but then the search committee is going to look at that run of folks that they've recruited, and we're going to bring finalists to the whole entire board. So I think I see your point, and Keith, I appreciate it, but I think this paragraph is describing what the search committee is doing.
Can the first part of that part of the sentence where it says seeking or working with the search firm, TriMet staff, and the and I'm not sure the name of the committee, but yourself, Lori, and
Right.
Linda and Ozzy, including that first part on recruitment and narrowing the candidate pool for review by the board. So that way, that includes you and Linda and Ozzy in that process of narrowing it down before it gets to the board.
Right. But if you look at the first line, it says the search committee was established for the purpose of doing these things. So that's my take.
Yeah, I think it's saying what you want, Keith. And I have great faith in the search committee to consult with the full board as needed before they throw somebody out of the mix.
And
I have a question. Sorry, Laura, you can finish. Sorry, I just have a question.
I was just going to say, but Keith, I do want to validate the point that you've made, that we want to think outside the box, right? When we're looking at candidates.
Yes.
And I'm all in favor of that. Absolutely. Yeah, and I think the committee is prepared to do that.
Okay.
Was that Director Wade next?
Yes, thank you. So just again, going back to this sort of process of narrowing and vetting, I guess my only question as someone who is not on the search committee is that do we as general board members have an opportunity to look at the amount of applicants that are coming? Meaning, I really appreciate the three of you for stepping in and devoting extra time to, maybe look through each application with the search firm and really do the vetting. But at any point, can I as a board member say, okay, we got 30 applicants, I want to just take a look?
My thought is, Kathy, I really appreciate your insight on that. And yes, I think that we're going to be, the lines of communication will be open, but because out of just the interest of efficiency, the committee is going to be doing a lot of the initial work, but we're going to bring all the board in to participate in the community outreach, first of all. And yes, we certainly will be happy to communicate with you guys informally about the type of candidates that we're seeing.
Great. Yeah. I mean, I think this goes back to Director Edwards' comments around, the qualifications, right, that we're trying to seek. And again, I mean, I appreciate the extra time that the three of you are doing to really do a little bit more of that fine tooth combing, if you will. But I think for me as a board member, I would like to know, in general, how many people applied, from where, do we have any internal candidates? And I would like to see just sort of an applicant pool. I don't have to make the detailed decisions of who gets to advance. That's your job as the committee. But as a board member, I would like to see just the general responses that we're getting, either nationally or internationally for the search.
I think what you're hearing is that you have that authority and right, and you will get that opportunity.
Ozzy has his hand.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Warner. I simply wanted to add that, one of the first things we will be discussing as we move into the search committee space will be how to have regular communication to the board. From my personal, though we haven't really we haven't yet met. We haven't really structured that. From my personal perspective, the timeline for this isn't going to be long, and there's going to be a lot of activity happening month to month. So I would imagine we will be having some regular reporting method that goes to the board, and in all likelihood, it's going to be more frequent than monthly. But we haven't really detailed what that looks like. We know that wanting to have some regular communication to the board just on activity, what we've accomplished, what's happening next, is one way for board members to be able to tap into any part of that process and ask further details. I think that's I think the premise we're operating under now. What that will look like is what we've got to discuss next. And the other thing I wanted to add is, with regards to the search firm, it's been very clear in the proposal, in the RFP stage, in the procurement phase, to the community that we're looking for a search firm vendor that has a history of being able to bring diverse candidates to a search process, and that has a history of engaging with a diverse community in the search process. So we consider it baked into the expectation that search firms are going to be able to deliver on those things. So those are the things that we're building into it with hopes that that's where we get to yield a diverse pool of candidates. So we look forward to all of that. I just wanted to emphasize that those things are definitely top of mind already, both the diverse pool of candidates and the regular intervals of communication with the board. So we're getting into the how that's going to look, I think, as we move forward.
Director Simmons, did you want to interject something?
I took my hand down.
Okay. Any other questions or comments or discussion?
Keith is waving.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just don't, I don't want to lose sight also of the fact that we want to make sure that in our vetting process that we're also thinking about the weighting the different aspects of the job, of the responsibility. I don't want to lose that because there's some things that are important, I think, to us as a board that are not in the boilerplate language of the requirements and qualifications of our next general manager. And I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of those issues. Some of those issues were brought about today from the public and certainly from ATU members as well. And those issues cannot be lost, because if we go with boilerplate, I think we're going to fall short of our goal of finding the best next general manager. And so I just want to make sure that those issues are raised and they have some weight, because they are very valuable in our selection process. And when I say that, I'm talking about collaboration of labor management issues and having some kind of history and successful history and background in that, and also of our the diversity, inclusion, and equity implicit bias training program that has to be implemented throughout TriMet.
All right, good comments. I think the search committee has heard all those comments here also, so good one. So are we ready to move forward on the vote to approve resolution 21-01-49 as amended? All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve this resolution, please signify it by saying aye. Aye.
I'm sorry, President Warner, can you repeat what we're voting on? Because I have some comments around the job description.
Oh, okay. Well, we were voting on this, but if you have questions on the job description, which is attached to this, we better get to those, Director Way. So before we take action, if we want to make changes there, please proceed. Go, maybe get down to that right position and then maybe red line copy so we see where that your changes may want to be made or questions answered.
Yes, thank you. So I took a look at this, the drafted job description, Exhibit B, and there were just two things that I wanted to bring up, which hopefully can be friendly amendments to the board. So under prerequisites, I would love to see a statement. Thank you for scrolling down on the screen, but I would love to see the top of page 4, also just lived experience with public transit. I know that the last sentence in the first paragraph says recent experience in the public or private transportation industry, coupled, etc. But I think also, and I mentioned this at the work session last week, I think having a lived experience adds a lot of value to this position. And I wanted to have that included in this draft, but I didn't see it, so I wanted to raise it again.
So you'd like to have in the first paragraph there a reference to experience in transit industry, is what I'm hearing?
Well, it's after, so it's, you know, so just wordsmithing a little bit here. Recent experience in the public or private transportation industry, you know, lived experience, right, with public transit, which is different from just having experience in the industry.
So a user of transit services.
I'm sorry?
You're saying you want a transit rider? Is that what you're saying? Somebody's had transit experience using transit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, someone who has been transit dependent. I think we have heard from, you know, some portions of the community that that is something that we should be prioritizing in the next business plan as well. It's not just choice riders, but transit dependent riders. And how are we as an agency also going to continue to equitably serve folks who are transit dependent? So I think we should include that in terms of this is also something, you know, highly valuable that you know, the board, and speaking with one voice, would like to see. Now, whether or not that person is transit dependent, that's fine, but I think this is going to be a public document that gets hopefully widely distributed. So I would just like to incorporate that value in there.
Can I make a suggestion then in that that longer paragraph on page 4, after the word second to the last line after transportation industry, add and experience as a transit rider, comma.
Can I, this is Kim Sewell. Can I make a suggestion as well, or just a thought for consideration? These are prerequisites, and oftentimes job descriptions will have both prerequisites and preferred qualifications. And I think that having experience with transit, first, I think that arguably couldn't be included in the sentence as is, but I think as a preferred qualification that may be more appropriate. So it's something you can and should consider, but it's not literally a prerequisite.
Yeah, prerequisite means that if they don't have it, they wouldn't be included moving forward.
Right. So I guess it's more of a, for me as one board member, I think that to have someone with experience writing public transit, whether it's in Oregon or wherever or internationally, I think that should be a bottom line prerequisite.
And again,
and
I
it
think
doesn't have to be, I mean, I'm fine with not including transit dependent, but you know, something to the effect of a prerequisite that this board is looking for is someone who has some level of experience writing public transit. I don't think it's a big ask.
And again, I think that as it's written, it says recent experience in the public or private transportation industry. It's fairly broad, and I think that you then, as the board members, would consider where that candidate ranks on that experience prerequisite. So I just, again, caution against changing prerequisites to be too specific when I believe it captures a broad variety of experience within the transportation industry.
I understand, Director Weiss.
Yeah.
I understand Director Way's thoughts. It would be great to have somebody who understands transit and has ridden transit. So I think you could even add another sentence to the end of this that, you know,
Let me suggest something,
okay,
Bruce.
please do.
You don't at this stage want to reduce your pool, and prerequisite starts reducing the pool. And so when we get down to the people that we're considering bringing forward to the board, that could be an interview question that can help you define whether or not you want to select one person over another. But from weeding people out early on the basis of a lot of criteria is going to do the opposite of what we talked about before of wanting to see all the candidates who apply.
I think to respond to that, for me, it's really a matter of equity. It's really a matter of expanding who thinks they can do this job, and not just someone who has experience in the public or private transportation industry, but who have actually taken transit. Again, not even if they're, if they're transit dependent, even better for me personally, but for someone to say, I have ridden alongside people of different socioeconomic statuses to get from point A to point B in whatever region or whatever country that I'm applying for me to just have a little statement that says that, we're signaling a big, I think that to me as a board member, signals something different.
Can I think Director Simmons articulated it better than I did, and so I'll borrow her phrasing. Prerequisites narrow your candidate pool. They eliminate candidates. And so I think what I was trying to articulate is you can still consider that as one of the qualities you're seeking. And like Director Simmons said, have that as an interview question and use that to gauge the candidate themselves. But to put it in as a prerequisite limits your candidate pool. And so it would be better off, and you can still emphasize it, and it can still be of great significance and importance to use it as a way to determine where this candidate falls in their experience in the public or private transportation industry.
Director
if I may weigh in here,
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Director Way. I know that this is a two-edged sword because you can, by putting in too many prerequisites, you eliminate your candidate. You really lower the candidate pool. I get that, but at the same time, I don't want to end up with a candidate pool of no one has ridden on public transportation, and that's a major concern. And so I think that language needs to be added in there in order to be real clear that we want someone that has a lived experience, not that they just rode when they were 10 years old or they haven't ridden public transportation in the last 15 or 20 years except on rare occasions. I think that's important because that lived experience is something that they'll bring to the table in their employment with TriMet.
Keith, I understand. I understand, and this is Linda, and I happen to agree with wanting somebody who has lived public transportation experience. I cannot, in my mind, even think of a candidate who would apply for this position who's actually worked in public transportation that's never been on the system. So I think it's a moot point. It's valid in terms of what we want, but I don't know that it belongs here. I don't want to dismiss your concern, but I think you'll get what you want by looking for it later.
think it needs to come earlier in the process. Because like I say, if you get down to the end and you're going to say, okay, have you ridden on public transportation on a regular basis in the past 10 years? Well, no. And then you go to another.
We won't get to the end. You will find this out much earlier than
Well,
getting to the final 3 candidates.
Okay. All right.
I think we're all agreeing with the desires of having somebody who has transit experience, and transit experience as a rider is extremely valuable. And I look at that whole last sentence of that first paragraph there is really just something that's saying these are highly valuable. They're not really saying these are all prerequisites. The prerequisites are above and below it. So I don't want to wordsmith this again here, but I think somewhere in here we ought to get something. And I'd like to just say, why don't we direct Kim Sewell to work with the search committee to get some language somewhere in this job description that reflects our some desires there, and that's all.
And I also will say, and to follow up on that point, Bruce, for what it's worth, this position description is going to come back to the board for approval later, right? This is our first cut at this document. We're going to go out to the community for comments. We're going to have work with the search firm to refine it. So it will be, my understanding is it will come before the board again.
No question. Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Warner. I just wanted to interject a few points that I think are worth making at this time around the difference between the prerequisites and the preferred qualifications. I do agree that the lived experience is incredibly important for this position, and that it's something I will personally, as a board member, be looking for throughout the process. And I find a lot of opportunities to make that clear to the search firm and to the candidate pool as we start producing qualifications and requests for applications. Down the road, we're going to be having to produce a lot of communications materials that will be produced and published online through the search firm. They may go to LinkedIn or some other sort of search avenues, and there will be a lot of opportunities to make that abundantly clear. I feel comfortable in knowing that this is not only important to me, but to other members of the board. And in closing, I just want to point out that the language that you see in front of you today didn't include a prerequisite for public transit use the last time, and we have a general manager today who does use public transit quite regularly. That is not uncommon for folks in the transit industry. I consider it a tremendous value for that lived experience to be there for upper management and for board positions. We don't see it inside of any sort of prerequisite today, yet we find it throughout management and board. I wanted to point it out because there's a difference between a value and a requirement, and I think lived experience and valuing public transit is essential and embedded into what we're trying to do.
So what I'm hearing you say is you're fine with moving forward as is?
I believe the document can move forward as is, and it does not preclude us from ensuring that we find candidates with lived experience in the regular use of public transit. I'm looking for transit-dependent riders. I'm looking for folks that have had to encounter mobility challenges in their life. These are all attributes that are very difficult to find in school, and I think they're essential to knowing how to serve the public.
Okay.
But I don't know where it's going to find itself in the process yet.
Yes, understand. Director Wade, where are you on this now?
So, well, because I have another question around the graduate degree as preferred. So, you know, I think with all of the points that folks have said, I didn't understand just where we're at in the process of, if we are to approve this, it goes back to community as a draft, and then community can further give us suggestions and comments and wordsmith. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Got it. Okay. In that case, I would, again, I'd love to open it back to community in terms of what they think as this currently looks. My only other comment is, after a graduate degree is preferred, is there a sentence, or is there again a short phrase that we can say a graduate degree or certificate is preferred? Again, just trying to expand the pool of applicants that we may want to get. I know that there might be some folks who have experience, but they just don't have a graduate degree, but they have certificates that would suffice.
So again, what I'm thinking it says is a bachelor's degree is required, but a graduate degree is preferred, and you're saying other things in addition to a graduate degree could also add to that. Is that your point?
Right, a graduate degree or I mean, executive certificate programs, right? There's, I think if we're aiming for graduate degree is preferred, I would like us to also consider and/or certificate, because again, I think sometimes for folks going from a bachelor's to a graduate degree is, it could be a difficult step.
I see Director Gonzalez raising his hand.
Thank you, President Warner. I fully agree with Director Y. Actually, in this circumstance, we're doing the opposite of narrowing the pool. We're expanding the pool. Since we're talking about preferred, I believe saying a graduate degree or postgraduate education is preferred. That allows people a broader canvas of what they did to further themselves beyond the bachelor's degree. I see that as language that could help us open the pool up a little bit better, and frankly may help many candidates feel like they can actually have a shot at this. Whereas the graduate degree is preferred might not do that in the same way. I think that's a valid language to add.
So Ozzy, what you're saying is a graduate degree or evidence of post baccalaureate degree or postgraduate degree is preferred. See, I like that better than certificate. Coming from a community college, we offer all kinds of certificates. And I think for a position at this level, we at least need a bachelor's degree. But it could be that they've had, as you've said, some postgraduate training that didn't result in a degree that would be of value.
Kim, are you okay with making changes like that?
Yes, that something like that is easy. And again, I think it was anticipated in any event, because as we've noted, this is expected to receive some comment from other folks and community partners and the public, and that there would be an anticipation that there might be some additions. So I don't think anything we've discussed isn't already in there or couldn't be accomplished.
So I'm comfortable with the language that you've suggested, Ozzy and Linda, on this one. Anything else you've got in there, Director Way? I want to make sure I've got all of the issues you want to address here.
So do we need to make another motion to change the job description to reflect the language that Director Simmons and Director Ozzy just suggested?
I think our general counsel will probably say yes, and I'd like to do that with some acknowledgement, whether it's a formal motion or just making that change. I just want to make sure there's not other changes you want to make, and we'll just do one amendment rather than another one later.
That's all I have, and I just also want to state that, again, I had offered pretty substantial feedback in terms of what I was looking for in the job description last week in the public work session, and Those things did not get reflected in this document, nor did I get a follow-up to take a look at this draft. So I just want to make that clear that the communication has not been very transparent. This is the first time that I get to see this and talk about this publicly. So that's feedback for the search committee as well as to staff who are handling this process.
Okay, thanks for that. So what I'm hearing then, I'm going to look in our general counsel. If we want to make minor language changes to this document, do we need to have a motion? Or can we just direct staff to make those changes? Since it's attached to the resolution we're actually taking action on.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
As I understand it, this resolution is not written in stone. This is a living document, and we'll be able to make modifications to it going forward.
You're talking about the position description, job description.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's indeed the case. The resolution would be something we would actually take action on, memorialize what we have in front of us.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
so I was asking Shelley if we need to actually amend the position description formally as a board, or if we can just direct staff to make those changes that were discussed today. Is Shelley still here?
She said enough with the board today.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to make a decision then. What I'm hearing is I want to see the changes get made to the graduate degree, preferred to say graduate degree or other postgraduate training and certificates, whatever the language is, be put into the position description. And I'm just going to ask: is the board okay with that change?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm ready to move forward on the actual resolution. Is based on this now, is there? Nope, I see Director Gonzalez. Please.
Thank you. President Warner, I just want to respond to Director Y's comment. I'm a little concerned that Director Y has, it sounds like some outstanding feedback that did not get addressed in the document. We did have a lot of feedback come from a lot of different sources, and our great liaison, Kim Sewell, did a great job of shepherding all those comments and embedding them into the document. So I'm very curious, before we go forward, is there specifically something that Director Y has brought to the table that is not addressed here that she feels, that Director Y that feels needs to be addressed here and now?
Well,
if I may, excuse me, Director Y, if I may, there's some things that I think that I've raised that aren't all addressed here as well. And so, but you know, like I say, that's reason. As long as I know this is a living document, I'm good with it, because there's some changes I'd like to see down the road.
Well, this is a draft that actually allows us to move forward. So, and you will have an opportunity to give feedback many times and through the community's feedback on it. I mean, there's going to be a lot of opportunities, as well as the executive search firm will have feedback on it. So I think today it reflects a certain point at the very early stages, and to call this a preliminary job description in order so we can launch the public part and launch the work with the executive search firm. So
thank you, Linda.
I think to respond back to Director Gonzalez's point, yes, I mean, I think we spent, 2.5, 3 hours last week talking about this particular job description, and there were a couple of things that I had referenced, including the lived experience, my preference of someone who has a background in public health, or just, again, someone who sort of brings that expertise of someone who can manage COVID and the pandemic. And then I also brought up someone who, echoing Director Edwards' point at the last public board meeting, has strong labor relations. So those were all the things that I had publicly said, and I apologize if I didn't write that in an email and send it to whoever I needed to send. But so to respond back to Director Gonzalez, I had mentioned all of those four things in that public work session. And, again, to not see sort of that lift experience piece for me or not have that being addressed, that was why I wanted to address that today publicly. Does that help you?
Understood. Thank you, Director White. That helps clarify quite a bit. Yes, I was concerned about the sense that you may not feel you were heard. We do have the recording of the public record. We were present at the meeting. I do recall all the comments, and we have the availability to go back and look for what was communicated in that meeting. In that meeting, one of the things that was communicated is among all that list of what we want to have in our general manager, part of what we are going to do as the search committee moving forward is have to figure out how to really make a clear communication to the public about what we want. And part of this is differentiating the prerequisites, what is the must-have requirement versus the preferred additional preferential qualities and skills. We have to start establishing a sense of priority for these individual qualities. Is a healthcare access more important than lived experience, for example? These are the discussions we're going to have at the committee level. And when we're ready to start producing communication materials to go out to the market, these are the opportunities where we will continue to have your feedback on how we're communicating these things. Because as was mentioned in the last work session, Director Simmons noted that in the market, simply the order in which we establish our requirements starts to send a message to the public about the level of priority. Those are the kinds of conversations we want to bring the search firm to, and make sure that whatever we're hearing from the board, from the community, is baked into this process in one place or another. And this preliminary draft job description document doesn't constitute the entirety of what we're going to share. In fact, this document is not one that a candidate would see. We're going to be producing more readable communication for candidates to be essentially attracted to our job.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Director Gonzalez, and I appreciate that. And I just want to be clear as well. You use the term priority, I use the term weighted, and it's the same concept, but that it determines what's important to the board and what's important to the community in regards to who we select as general manager. And the boilerplate is a given. That's got to be there. So to me, you take that off the table, because if they don't meet the boilerplate, they're not even going to be considered. But then we have to prioritize other particular issues that are important to the board, the community, and important to TriMet as well. So I just wanted to be clear about that also.
Well, and something else, Kathy, Director Way, I made a list during the meeting of everything we heard from everyone, and then cross-referenced it with the edits that were made. And I felt the spirit, even words that I said weren't in there the way I said it, but the essence of it was there. And I looked at your comments and I felt the essence of what you were asking for. If not, we didn't use those specific words, were reflected in terms of the essential functions of this particular position. So, I could say that, gee, my stuff wasn't reflected the way I said it, but yet, as I look at the document, the essence of what I wanted to convey was there. So that's what I would ask you to do too. And if it's not, then bring it forward on a later edition of this before it actually becomes the approved version.
Yes, and thank you, Linda, for saying that. I think for me, words matter more than essence. I think the words of what we're saying to the public as a board member, again, for me as someone who have not always been traditionally invited or included, in decision making, words do matter, and how we use those words in any type of public outreach or recruitment to find the next leader to head our agency absolutely matters. So again, while the essence or the flavor or the whatever might be there, what I want to say is that I think words do matter, and specific words matter to specific communities.
Okay.
Thank you.
And what I want to do is get action on this draft, which I consider still a draft job description. So we get this posted out there and get something for people to look at and start giving us input. And it's a document we can take out and work on draft 2, 3, or whatever it is before we get ready to publish and do the formal recruitment process. So I think I looked at this and I thought most everything that we discussed was incorporated there and felt very good about what the staff had done. But it's definitely not perfect, and I think we've identified a couple areas there. So
move the question,
like to move.
Mr. Chairman.
Excuse me.
Move the question.
Okay. So I'd like to call a question then. All those in favor of the motion to approve Resolution 21-01-49 as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Edwards, for helping move us along there. And again, this is a very valuable discussion. I found this very interesting, and I think, you know, we're going to ask for everything, and hopefully that's what we're going to get when we get down to the bottom of this. So thank you. With that, then I'm going to move on to Resolution 21-01-50, which is adopting the TriMet pedestrian plan. Mr. General Manager, are you kicking this one off?
I am. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Board President, members of the board. The resolution before you now is to request adoption of TriMet's pedestrian plan. It's really a framework for making access to transit safer and more convenient. 86% of TriMet's riders say they walk to a transit stop or station before they actually step on board using our rolling services of trains and buses. Again, working from a broad community outreach, including an online house, and a survey, which were completed by over 1,300 participants, TriMet developed the pedestrian plan you see in front of you. It's intended to serve as a guide for us as we work with the jurisdictional partners in the future, because you can't do anything by yourself, to encourage pedestrian investments and improvements throughout our Tangic district, such as sidewalk infills, better lighting, safer crossings, etc. I deeply believe, and I've said this to Jan Campbell and to the CAT committee in the past, I deeply believe this agency could be the first in the United States to get to 100% fully accessible transit system. I came from a transit system that did exactly that. This is absolutely possible, and I think this is a step to help encourage those investments and prioritizations that we've talked about earlier. This definitely promotes targeted investments, whether it be through STIF funding or other sources of funding, even some of our own capital and other upgrade funding we get from other partners, to improve our access for our most vulnerable riders and historically underserved communities. So there is no direct impact to the budget, fiscal budget, where you'll see come forward to you here in the next month or so ahead. And this was also developed, I want to give a lot of credit to ODOT, because it's through them that helped give us this grant to do this work. So we're happy to answer any questions. I think we've got Tom Mills and Yves Nylanders on if there's any technical questions. So your approval is recommended. I think you're offline, Bruce.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doug, for the presentation. This is an item that I believe we got a briefing on a couple months ago. A good piece of work outlining how we can work better with our partners to make investments that really make sense for our transit system and for the pedestrian safety. So is there questions or comments by the board, or are we ready to take action on this resolution?
This is Linda, I move that the resolution, that we approve the resolution.
21-01-0550.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there a second to that motion?
This is Lori, second.
All right. Now, further discussion or comments? Hearing none, then I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the motion to approve resolution number 21-01-50, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, so now we're moving on to our ordinances. We have 3 ordinances to consider this morning. Or is it still morning? No, it's afternoon. So the first ordinance is ordinance 360, which would establish Rosa Parks Transit Equity Day, which the board did request. It will be held on February 4th, which was Rosa Parks' birthday. And what a wonderful day to honor for her. For Rosa Parks Day, TriMet will not collect fares across the transit system, including on buses, MAX, West, and Lyft. This ordinance, if approved, revises the TriMet code to allow for suspension of fare collection on February 4th of this year and in the years ahead. This is a second reading of the ordinance, and I'm going to ask General Counsel Shelley Devine to read it by title only.
Thank you, President Warner. Ordinance number 360 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, establishing Rosa Parks Day and revising TriMet Code Chapter 19.
Thank you very much. So we did have our public hearing, required public hearing at our last meeting. So we're ready to move forward. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance before you?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I simply wanted to.
Go ahead, Director Gonzalez, I think. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Director President Warner, and I apologize to the board member. I might have jumped in front of there. Hard to see hands being raised. I just wanted to comment how thrilled I am that, you know, even in these times of the pandemic and in times of us having to really navigate tricky financial waters as an agency, that we still commit to recognizing this important day in the way that we are. If there is ever a moment to be a little bit financially reckless, I think this is exactly the kind of thing that sends the message to our community about what is important to us. This hits all the right notes, and I'm just proud to see the agency and the board continuing to commit to sending this message.
Thank you. Director Edwards, you helped push this along. Do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that this is a monumental effort that we're doing, and I think it's going to make a huge difference in our community. And I would just hope that in support of this effort, that TriMet uses everything at its disposal to partner with the community at large and with the schools when possible. I know with the pandemic there are huge challenges there, but just getting the message out on who Rosa Parks was and the significance that she's had on this country and the significance that she's had not only on the civil rights movement, but on public transportation as well. And I think that that there's an opportunity here to grow this so that everyone in every community knows who Rosa Parks was.
Good comments. Other comments by the board?
Yes, I'd just like to add what Director Edwards was saying in respect to the amazing Rosa Parks, who was not only a champion for civil rights, but also was a champion for gender equity. I do want to read something that I think a lot of folks may not know, but Rosa Parks started her early activism when she was 30 years old, which is also amazing as someone who is also in that age bracket. So I'm going to just read something because I think this is very meaningful to me and hopefully meaningful to folks who are listening in, to just recognize someone who was amazing. So in December 1943, Parks became active in the civil rights movement, joined the Montgomery chapter of the NAACP, and was elected secretary at a time that was considered a woman's job. She later said, "I was the only woman there and they needed a secretary, and I was too timid to say no." She continued as secretary until 1957. She worked for the local NAACP leader Edgar Nixon, even though he maintained that women don't need to be nowhere but in the kitchen. When Parks asked, "Well, what about me?" he replied, "I need a secretary and you are a good one." In 1944, in her capacity as secretary, she investigated the gang rape of Reese Taylor, a Black woman from Abbeville, Alabama. Parks and other civil rights activists organized the Committee for Equal Justice for Mrs. Reese Taylor, launching what the Chicago Defender called, quote, "the strongest campaign for equal justice to be seen in a decade," end quote. So I just wanted to offer that because she was a champion for many things. She was an activist. She was a mother at the time. As I referenced, she was 30 when she started doing this work, even before the transit justice work started happening. And so I think for our agency to recognize such a giant in this way is amazing. And I also attended the community reception for her last year. I think Director Edwards was there at the June Kia Delta Community Center in North and Northeast Portland. And so it was a very diverse mix of, various community members that were there, but particularly Black leaders that were there and Black women that were there really leading the way. So really wanted to honor that legacy. And last but not least, I think sometimes we honor heroes after the fact that they have passed, or after the fact, that they have done something amazing and something extraordinary. But for the most part, a lot of these heroes were not liked by the general public, and particularly not liked or welcomed by those systems that they were trying to challenge. So I just wanted to say that for any young person who, may be wanting to follow the footsteps of someone like Rosa Parks, know that your voice and your activism is always, always welcomed. Thanks.
Thank you. I see Doug Kelsey raising his hand.
I did, yes. I just wanted to add, if I may, because of the initiative by the board here and its leadership, C-Tran and Portland Streetcar have elected also to join us this year in the offering free fares for the day. That's not a binding on them for the future, but it is something where it shows you the importance of our leadership here, that others are acknowledging it and participating. So thanks to Portland Streetcar and to C-Tran as well. So.
Good. Well, I think all of the board is just pleased that this item's before us today, and we'll have an opportunity to have this celebration of Rosa Parks Day with public transit for every year on out. So I'm ready for us to call the question. Ms. Devine, would you mind calling a roll call vote on the motion to approve resolution number 360?
I would be delighted to call the roll call, and I will start in honor of Director Edwards.
Yes.
And then Director Way. Director Way?
She's muted, I think.
Oh, sorry. Yes, enthusiastically, yes.
I thought so. Director Simmons?
Yes.
Director Gonzalez? Director Gonzalez?
Yes, super yes, yes.
Director Bauman?
Yes.
And Director Warner?
Enthusiastically, yes. All right.
Ordinance
So with that,
360 passes unanimously.
all right. Thank you very much. Ordinance is adopted. Good one. All right. Well, let's move on to the next ordinance, which is ordinance number 361, which is amending chapter 14 of the TriMet code to revise the definition of net earnings from self-employment. And this is a second reading. And I think, as you all know, this is a procedural issue that every year comes back to TriMet to make sure we're in compliance with the IRS tax code. So I'm going to ask again, General Counsel Shelley Devine to read this ordinance by title only.
Thank you, President Warner. Ordinance 361 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, amending Chapter 14 of the TriMet Code to revise the definition of net earnings from self-employment.
Great. So again, we did have time and had a public hearing at our last meeting on the first reading, so we can move forward today with adoption of this. So is there a motion to approve ordinance number 361?
So moved, Linda.
Is there a second?
Second, Keith.
Okay. Is there any discussion or questions on this ordinance? I'm hearing none. So, Ms. Devine, would you please do a roll call on the motion to approve ordinance 361?
Yes, I'll begin with Director Bauman
Yes.
and Director Gonzalez,
Yes.
Director Simmons,
Yes.
Director Edwards,
Yes.
Director Way,
Yes.
Director Warner.
Yes.
Ordinance 361 passes unanimously.
All right, it is adopted. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to the last item on our business agenda, which is ordinance number 362, which is the first reading, which is an ordinance that retroactively adopting April 2020 and August 2020 service changes and updating route designations. And again, there's a lot of information in our packet on this, but this is going to be our first reading of the ordinance, and I'm going to ask the general manager. First off, I think I want to ask Shelley Devine to read the ordinance by title only.
Thank you, President Warner. Ordinance number 362 of the Tri-County Metropolitan Transportation District of Oregon, adopting retroactively April 2020 and August 2020 service changes and updating route designations.
Right. Mr. General Manager, you have some comments on this before we open a public hearing?
I do, yes. A couple comments, and I'm also going to ask Carl Green to do a brief presentation with us on the Title VI side. So just a little context here, if you can recall, almost a year ago now, because of COVID-19, when it hit us all, we had to reduce service very, very quickly. So this included about a 21% reduction in service in April due to the decreased ridership. And in August, also we returned to about 90% service levels of what it was before the pandemic. The reductions are projected to stay in place through fiscal 21, which runs through June 30th this year. So to give you a little context, so as you've indicated in the package, in Exhibit A of your board packet, all the details are there. So, and I'm just going to have Carl, if I may, and there he is. I can see him. Hi, Carl. If you could just, our administrator of Title VI and equity programs, to go over our Title VI analysis of these adjustments with you. Carl.
Thank you, Doug. I also wanted to introduce Tom Mills, who will also be co-presenting with me today, and he'll actually kick off the presentation to get the board and folks on the call more acquainted with these service changes before we move into the Title VI analysis.
Thank you, Carl. And Jeff, if you can you pull up the presentation, or do you need me to do that?
I believe I have it. Let me.
Okay. And I just want to say, I know that we're running very late, and so I will try to be very quick. Okay, thank you very much. Jeff, I'm going to have to ask you to scroll, Jeff. So if we can scroll to the next slide. Thank you. Real quickly, this is in regards to the service changes that were made in April, the service reductions due to COVID, as well as the restorations that we made in August. Things happened so quickly that we did not bring this to the board, and so we want to come back now and bring these changes to the board. Going back to March 23rd, ridership had dropped significantly. Compared to February of that same year, we saw a 64% decrease in boardings, 77% decrease in hop taps, and a 78% decrease in stored value loads. What this means is our revenue from fares was decreasing rapidly, and we were expecting also a significant decrease in payroll tax as a result of COVID, which led to us having to make the decision to reduce service to some level. If we can go to the next slide, please. So how did we do that? Well, first we set up some criteria. One, we wanted to try to maintain service as much as possible in the communities with the highest number of BIPOC folks and people earning low incomes. Additionally, we wanted to continue to serve the hospitals. And then lastly, as much as possible, we wanted to try to serve job centers, particularly those with a high number of low-wage essential workers. A great example of this is the Amazon up in the Troutdale Reynolds Industrial Park. Next slide, please. So what did we do? Using that criteria, we did reduce service on 61 of our 85 bus lines. Weekday service was adjusted to Saturday service on those lines. And if there was no Saturday service, then we just reduced it by 50%. Saturday service was adjusted to Sunday service if they were different. Oftentimes they were the same, and so there was no adjustment. We also discontinued overnight service on lines 20 and 57. If you recall, those lines did run 24 hours. Now, between 12:30 and 4:30 a.m., they do not run. So that is a total of about 4 hours of service. And they were running hourly, so that's 4 trips a day in each direction. And then we did discontinue bus line 272, which was our overnight bus to the airport, because at the time, airport travel had just plummeted and nobody was going to the airport. Weekday max service has been scaled back to every 15 minutes. Saturday max lines operate on Sunday schedules. West was scaled back to 45 minutes and West trains were reduced to 1 car. As a result, altogether, this came to about a 20% reduction in service. Next slide, please. And this map here, you can see, what areas were preserved and what areas saw service reductions. So the maroon color are lines that did see at least some weekday service reductions. The blue lines are colors where we didn't cut service at all. And then you'll see there's a green line there, and that's represented 2 lines where we just cut the all-night service. But you can see in those areas that we know that are equity concerns, like East Portland, around Clackamas Town Center, in Beaverton, somewhat in Oregon City, and up in the Columbia Corridor, we were able to maintain service. Next slide, please. And then in August, we restored service. Actually, back in June, things were looking really good. We thought we were going to be almost back to normal in August. So we did make the decision to restore service, and we restored service on 17 bus lines, most of which were kind of our higher ridership frequent service lines. Next slide. And this is a map of what that looks like today. So everywhere where you see blue, that is service that is operated. This is weekday only. Everywhere where you see blue, that's service that is operating at the same levels as it was prior to COVID. So we have restored a lot, but we are still down by 10%, and the weekend service is still reduced as well. Next slide. Normally, when we make service changes, we go through really about an 8 to 10 month period of outreach, and in which we are going through several rounds of communicating with the public back and forth and making revisions to our proposals based on what we're hearing from the public. Because of the rapid decrease in ridership, which meant a rapid decrease in revenue, and because of COVID issues and the stay-at-home order, we really did not have the opportunity to do our standard outreach. We did rely on email, social media, the webpage, press releases, but honestly, we just weren't able to do the back and forth the way we normally do. I do want to add, we are in the midst of an 8-month period of back and forth, so we're back to our regular outreach process. But at this time, during this time, we just weren't able to do that. Next slide. And now I'm going to hand it over to Carl.
Thank you, Tom. President Warner and fellow board members, good afternoon. As mentioned, this portion of the presentation will cover the Title VI Service Equity Analysis. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 provides the legal footing to ensure transit agencies are upholding the assurances under this landmark legislation, and the Federal Transit Administration's Title VI Circular or Policy Guidance requires that TriMet prepare and submit the equity analysis or draft report in front of the TriMet board. Next slide, please. Displayed here is an overview of TriMet's Title VI equity analysis decision-making decision-making process for fare and major service changes. To summarize, the evaluation includes the determination of whether service changes meet the major service change threshold, the level of impact on Title VI populations, and whether alternatives are needed to mitigate findings of an adverse impact, if found. Next slide, please. Presented here are the 30 lines that met the major service change threshold per our Title VI policy and our program. This requires that the agency proceed with a formal Title VI analysis, which we have completed. And then the remaining 31 lines are minor service changes, which are not included in the analysis. Next slide. So evaluating the impacts for service changes are different for improvements or increases, service reductions, or other major service changes. All of the changes in this analysis are considered a major service reduction. So what this means is, in this case, we're examining who stands to benefit from the burdens, or is the burden of the reductions being distributed equitably. Next slide. So TriMet's disparate impact and disproportionate burden policies have established thresholds to evaluate those possible impacts at the line level and at the system level. And these policies provide the methodology and measures for the determination of potential adverse effects on Title VI populations resulting from these service changes. Next slide. So to give you an overview of testing for disparate impact on the single line, what we're looking at here is evaluating the service area population around each line separately, and then comparing them to the service district average for both minority and low-income population, which are known as you can see across the red dotted line, those are known as our thresholds. So for service reductions, as mentioned, all of the line changes are service reductions. If the lines are being flagged if the Title VI populations are above that threshold. And for time's sake, the details of line level analysis, they can be referred in the draft report on pages 10 through 19. Next slide. So as far as this slide goes, the system level analysis aims to measure impacts of all reductions combined to determine how equitable are the impacts would be across Title VI populations compared to non-Title VI populations. And per our Title VI policy, the way that we measure this is to test whether 20% more of the district's minority populations would stand to receive more of the burden from the reductions compared to non-minority. Similarly, it's the same for low income compared to higher income. Next slide. So I'll now cover the findings of the system level analysis. In this table, you can see that a slightly greater percentage of the minority population will be negatively impacted compared to the non-minority population. However, in the application of the 20% rule in accordance with our policy, this does not result in a disparate impact for minority populations. Next slide. So similarly, we also apply this measure or the 20% rule for low-income populations, which falls under our disproportionate burden analysis. And similar to the previous slide, you can see that low-income populations are receiving a slightly greater percentage of the reduction and will be negatively impacted, but per our Title VI policy, it does not result in a disproportionate burden. Next slide. So as far as the conclusions of the service equity analysis, I wanted to make note that reducing service on these lines do not raise a high concern of inequitable distribution of burdens, given that 1, there is no system level disparate impact or disproportionate burden, and then 2, 8 out of those 30 lines that met the major service change threshold are on lines in service areas where it's average or above the minority populations, and 14 out of the 30, so this is less than what is being received by the non-minority or higher income. So suffice to say, the distribution of the impacts are at the line level appear to be negative, but given our system level policy and the way that in which we assess these impacts, there is no adverse impacts. So therefore, it does not require modification of the proposed changes. Next slide. So as far as next steps goes, today we're presenting as far as the first TriMet board reading and the public hearing. Second, February 12th, that's when we close the public comment on my Title VI analysis. And then lastly, we'll move forward with the second board reading where the board has been made aware and will consider and approve the Title VI analysis before the agency moves forward. So before I pass it back over to Tom, I would like to open up the floor if there's any questions from the board.
Thank you, both of you. Tom, did you have any further comments before I got into board questions?
I just have one more slide, but it's an add-on to this presentation. It's kind of an FYI, so it's not part of the ordinance. If we can do that real quick, if you'd like.
Well, I'll just so Carl, when I look at this, you're going to be getting comments back by February 12th, and then we'll hear those comments and any changes or recommendations based on what you hear before we take action on this ordinance on February 24th. Is that what I hear? Your process?
That's correct, President Warner.
All right, thank you. Other comments or questions by the board, maybe right now, and then we'll get right back to you, Tom. Hey, I see. Yes. Director Wade. Director Wade raised her hand. I'm picking her up first here.
Okay, so my question is, sorry, are we asking general questions now?
You can ask whatever question you want.
Great. Okay. So this is a question for Tom. Again, I thank both of you for bringing back this to us as a board. Really appreciate that there's going to be additional public input and public comment on this. Tom, you had mentioned that when the pandemic started, right, that it seems like the level of outreach that you had maybe intended or hoped to do did not really come to fruition because all of us were dealing with a pandemic. Can you explain as to how your team or just were there any innovative or creative outreach solutions that you implemented? Can you explain what you did in the 6 months that people were struggling with outreach in terms of how you did get engagement?
Yes, I can actually. So I will say for these service changes, they were, we were in such a race that unfortunately we weren't innovative, but we have been innovative since then. So as I mentioned, we're, now in our outreach process for the fiscal year 22 service changes. And I don't know if any of you happen to see the Vision 21 open or town hall that we produced where, and this was back in October, I believe it was, where we had a virtual town hall. It was produced, everybody on the town hall, well, first of all, we recorded a lot of the comments. Doug had a piece where, he welcomed everyone. And then those of us taking answers and questions had kind of the same background with us. We did both an English and a Spanish language town hall, and we posted those up online. They were both on well, they were on Facebook Live and on YouTube, and then we posted them, and we saw even additional views. In doing so, we were able to reach more people than we typically reach when we do our normal in-person town hall. And to some degree, it made us think, gosh, maybe this should be the new normal for us. And so, in fact, we are currently planning for, we have our outreach process has a second round of question and answer with the public. And we are currently planning for a virtual town hall to take place on February 10th as well. We're now looking to do it without spending as much money. So the first time we did it, we spent some money, really invested. It looked really great. Maybe we can achieve the same thing, but a little more cost efficiently. So we're looking to do it that way. But definitely these virtual town halls seem to be attracting more engagement than the live ones did face-to-face.
Thank you. That's helpful. Do you know how many people participated in that virtual town hall, and also if you engaged in any culturally specific community-based organizations?
So I don't recall right now off the top of my head, but I will be coming to you in March to present those results to you, and I'll have that information to you then. I can get it to you sooner if you would like. In terms of reaching out to culturally specific organizations, we have not done that this time around. In the past, we have our contract with community-based organizations, but because of the inability to, and they've really helped us with kind of live outreach, but because of our inability to do in-person live outreach, we haven't yet figured out how to engage them in our process.
Thank you. I mean, I just want to respond to that by saying that, for many communities of color, the BIPOC, as has been referenced before, transit is their lifeline. Transit is the way that they get to work, to school, to medical appointments, you name it, especially if they're transit dependent. So I just want to make this a personal statement as a board member that we should not be pulling back any type of outreach or engagement. In fact, we should be stepping up and doing more. And we should be really going to the community, talking to the community-based organizations and those leaders and asking, quite frankly, what is it that our agency can provide to your community, especially in the pandemic, especially with ongoing racism and targeted hate crimes, specifically towards Asians as well. There's been an uptake in Asian hate crime. I don't know if people are aware of that nationally. And in fact, President Biden just signed an order denouncing hate crimes in particular for Asians. So I just want to say that, I'm a little disappointed to hear that we weren't able to pivot or be creative or be innovative, given that we have talent on the team to really respond to community and really be at the forefront of providing safe, equitable transit in this pandemic. So I know everyone is struggling and people are working from home, but again, people whose lives depend on transit, they don't get that luxury. They don't get that choice. So just want to make that comment.
Director Gonzalez.
Thank you, President Warner. I have a different concern to share, and that has to do with the map of the two sides of the river, and you see a lot of red lines on the west of the river, and it just indicates something that I want to bring for public record, and that's white people ride buses too, and trains, and we should be able to think about how we're going to bring a transit system that serves not only the needs of transit-dependent riders and not only the needs of the riders we already have, but we have to be cognizant of how we're going to be cultivating riders as we move forward. I'd like to take a deeper look at what is happening west of the river that is making our essentially our conclusion be what it is today. I know that we need to have clear focus on serving those folks that have the highest impact up front, and I know that we have to comply with Title VI, and there's very good reasons for all of that. I just want to make sure we emphasize that as we rebuild our transit system, that we're really looking towards a system that's going beyond the basic needs. We need a system that is a good option for mobility for people that are needing it and are choosing it. We need to bring up our choice riders as well. Thank you.
Good comments. Director Edwards?
Thank you. I guess I wanted to ask Tom, what outreach efforts and how has that changed with the pandemic? Because I think that, well, as far as I know, that all the outreach efforts were done via media anyway. And so what has changed with that since, with the pandemic or getting to people or getting responses?
Well, previously when we did open houses, we would, rent a space and, or if we could find a free space, we'd get a space and we would actually meet people in person to host the open house. We were not able to do that. Well, first off, for these changes, we weren't able to do any open houses, but for the FY22 service changes, which we're in the midst of working with the public right now, we've gone to virtual open houses. And in fact, our attendance through the virtual open houses for English and non-English speakers has been way higher than what we had when we would go to a place and expect people to come to meet us. Now people can meet us from the comfort of their own home. So that's the big change and the big innovation. I'm not ready to say that that's the way we're going to go forever, but it definitely makes us rethink how we want to do this and going forward in the future.
My second part of that question, are you able to ascertain what the demographics are of those folks that you're reaching?
We were able to through so we continue to do the online outreach where we reach out to people through email, social media, and we surveyed people and we did get their demographic makeup through that survey. But through the virtual open house, we did not ask people to give us their demographic makeup. Now, presumably somebody who's watching the Spanish language virtual open house is a Spanish speaker. And we had more Spanish speakers view that open house than we've had, in my entire time working at TriMet. So from that standpoint, it was a big success. But otherwise, we do not ask people in the virtual open house to provide their demographic information.
And my last question, do you find it more efficient because of the pandemic, to be able to, acquire information and data through the electronic application rather than the physical application?
I think the answer to that would probably be yes. Certainly there's work on our side, but if you look at it from a amount of time that staff puts into it to the number of people we reach, I mean, we reached far more people this time. If it's the same amount of staff time, but we reach more people, then it is definitely a more efficient way to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I might add here, as we look to a post-COVID world, I think we need to bridge the best of both. And I think we should never use COVID or these virtual worlds we live in as our only method of connecting with people. Being present and human and creating those impromptu comments and those side dialogues while you're at the coffee, grabbing a Danish or something with somebody. There's some great things that happen where some of this the impromptuness can get lost in more mechanical environments. So I would strongly suggest, at minimum, we need a hybrid approach to open as many avenues up as possible. So, personal editorial. So,
Director Bauman, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. I have a process question for you. So, under our code, the typical process for changes in service is for us to pass ordinances, of course, before the changes in service occur. This, as we all know, is an emergency, and emergency powers were exercised to make the service changes. How long do those emergency powers stay in place? And before there are future changes, are you anticipating more kind of emergency action based on what we know now, or are we going to go back to our typical process?
Maybe I can comment to that. I think firstly, these things can go on for months and months. What is an emergency? I think no one would have defined what an emergency was by this length. I don't anticipate right now, particularly with the CARES Act 2 coming. I think if we had run out of CARES Act 1 and no CARES Act 2, we may have very well been in a significant hitting the financial cliff a lot sooner. That would have been brought to the board as part without an emergency. I think the adaptations we're in right now would probably be very minimal. I don't anticipate a COVID emergency, at least for the next, probably through the next end of the fiscal year and into probably the end of the calendar year, I would suggest.
So
that means any anticipated future changes are going to go through the regular course.
That's correct. Yeah, there's decisions that get made. There's sort of, I'll call the regular planning routes that Tom Mills and others have been working on extensively. You see before you, there are daily adjustments, i.e. riots or protests, things of that nature that go on, opening up and shutting down systems just to deliver the service on a daily basis. I think we need to anticipate those are absolutely going to continue based on what's in front of us for the moment. The longer term planning route changes, I think we would assume we're back to the normal process, to your question.
That's all I have.
All right. I see we're going to lose Ozzy here on this one, but that's okay. I don't see anybody who's raised their hand at this moment. I make the comment that we don't like doing anything retroactively, and this is an emergency and something that is highly unusual. But what the analysis that Carl presented really shows that staff did a pretty good job of looking at the cuts and trying to do them in the most equitable way possible, and we're now having to go back and retroactively justify that work. So again, good work on your part, and hopefully what's coming up in the future will be our normal process and we won't have to do any more retroactive kind of at work like this. So I think we're at the point now where we've read the ordinance. It is the first reading. There are written comments already received online or through the mail will be or have been shared with the board. I don't think I've seen any comments from anybody on this. And Doug, Shelley, am I right on that?
I have not received any. I have not seen any, unless Shelley has seen something or Kimberly has.
But since this is a first reading, I'm going to now open the public hearing on ordinance 362. And Jeff, if you're there, is there anybody who signed up to testify on this item?
No.
Okay. Since I hear none or suspect there are none, I'm going to close the public hearing on ordinance 362. And there is no vote today, and the second reading and vote will take place at our board meeting on February 24th, unless we learn something from the comments on the Title VI analysis that makes us want to make some changes. But again, I suspect we may hear from some folks who have had some service reductions, but again, hopefully we can take it into account in the next version of the changes we're going to be making. So again, I'm going to declare victory on this item and look forward to having this coming back to our board at our next business meeting.
If I could just mention, I have one last tack on slide that I wanted to mention, and I'll be real quick here. So, and this is kind of segues a little bit into from what Director Bauman was saying about future reductions. So we are planning for some very minor reductions in spring. And what this is to trips on bus lines that have what are called trippers. These are trips that are added into the schedule to deal with buses that are over capacity. We took a look at those lines. The trips that we're talking about eliminating, the average maximum load on the trip is 7 customers. And it's 33 trips spread among 7 bus lines. So it's a very small number of trips. The wait for someone on a frequent service line would be no longer than 15 minutes, so it'd still be a frequent service line. A couple of the lines are not frequent, so a couple of the waits could be up to 25 minutes. These service changes are so small that they would not require Title VI analysis, but we will continue to track the cumulative changes on these lines. So just a heads up to let you know that these are very small schedule adjustments that we are planning. So wanted to make sure the board was aware of that.
And Tom, when will those be before the board?
Well, because they are so small, this typically falls into the schedule adjustment
okay. So
category
no
that doesn't. Exactly, but this would happen in March of this year.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for that information. Does the board have any comments or questions for Tom on this one? Okay, hearing none. Thank you. We will now declare victory on this item. All right. So that is the end of our business meeting. Is there anything that any member of the board or staff knows of that needs to be brought forward to the board today for action? Hearing none, then I'm going to adjourn our business meeting for January 27th, 2021. And we do have 2 briefing items on the agenda, and I know they're really actually quite informative and good items. How's the board doing here? I know we lost Ozzy. I know Linda would like to continue on. I'd like to have this information, but I want to make sure that we're not going to lose another couple board members in the next. How long do you think this will take? First off, Doug, to go through these.
You're probably looking at a half an hour in total. What I might suggest is this is the 3rd attempt to get the code enforcement. So I really think that should be the priority, President Warner. And then I've already spoken to JC about briefing item number 2 about TriMet.org. It's a really good news story for us, and I would suggest that one gets moved on to the February board meeting. But we do cover off the fare and code enforcement update as of the 2.
Well, I agree with your priorities. And is the board okay with moving forward on the fare enforcement update?
Can we just stretch our legs for like 3 minutes?
Of course. 3-minute break. And is everybody else okay to come back then after that 3 minutes? All right, let's do it.
Okay. Let's see who's back. I think we've got everybody. Just a sec here. I think we've lost Director Edwards and Director Way. Still not showing on the.
I think, yeah, we'll give them a moment here.
Yeah. Oh, there's okay. Yeah, they still haven't connected back in yet, so.
They may be there. They just don't have their video on.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, I just couldn't see them at all there for a sec.
Director Way and Director Edwards, are you back? I guess not. There's Director Edwards. I would like Director Way to be listening on to this discussion.
And probably to maybe Jeff, if we could probably take down the business agenda. Probably just allow us to see all of our pretty faces. There we go.
Speak for yourself. Not for me. There's Kathy back. Okay. I think we're ready to go.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is, again, our apologies to Director Bauman. This is something that I'd spoken to Director Bauman on some time ago, and many months ago. We talked about it coming forward in September, and it ultimately got bumped. So this is the third attempt, so I really appreciate her patience. And this Director Bauman is for you, so to start with. So I'd like to introduce Justin Dillon, as well as Executive Director Marla Blagg, to walk through the presentation. We've got about, I think it's about a dozen, 12, 13 slides around the whole fare enforcement and compliance and how are we actually doing since we've rolled some of this out. So I'll turn it right over to those two to go through the presentation and answer questions.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you so much, President Warner and the board. I'd like to just really give you a high-level program history about our fare compliance program, administrative milestones that we've achieved, some of the challenges we've experienced to the program during COVID, and historical staffing levels. And with that, I'll turn it over to Justin, and he can run through the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you, Marla. Good afternoon, President Warner, members of the board. I will try to move through this quickly. Jeff, if you can go ahead and move into our first slide, please. Next slide. So briefly, a little bit of program history. As the board's aware, following extensive community outreach in July of 2018, the TriMet board authorized instituting the administrative options for the resolution of citations, essentially giving individuals the opportunity to onboard traditionally what was a court process. Opportunities, for staff, range from reduced fines, community service opportunities. You can resolve your citation through successful enrollment in reduced fare programs, low-income and honored citizen, or request a hearing with TriMet. Also, we continued and began as part of this to invest in some of our technology and software and databases, electronically filing citations with courts. And in December of 2018, as part of the general manager's agency realignment, the fare inspectors were moved from our field operations team to safety, security, and environmental. Next slide. So some of the administrative milestones, as Marla mentioned, in January of 2019, we launched our blended security model, adding customer safety officers and reducing our law enforcement footprint and participation as part of our fair enforcement missions. We continue to focus on behavior change models such as community service opportunities, enrollment reduced fine programs, have continued to invest in some of our technologies such as reverse geocoding and other electronic citations efficiencies. This has also allowed us to improve our data collection and reduce the time in the interaction with customers and riders when they receive a warning or citation, allowing them to more quickly get on their way. And in December of 2019, we eliminated our code enforcement shifts. This resulted in no longer utilizing our field operations staff to supplement our code enforcement activities. Ultimately, that allowed the field operations team to redeploy these individuals across the system to better support our operations. Next slide. So, COVID implications. In March of 2020, we suspended the filing of citations for formal proof of payment with the court system, focusing on compassionate, educate, inform over enforce. Cited individuals continue to have the opportunity to resolve citations through our administrative options, but if not resolved with us, these citations would not be submitted to the court system. On March 26, following the suspension of formal cash acceptance on the bus system, we suspended our formal proof of payment activity as a whole system-wide. At that point, inspectors would ask for proof of fare while walking through our trains and encouraging those without fare to purchase fare. In October of 2020, following all of those COVID mitigations the general manager spoke to earlier with face coverings and hand sanitizer, operator barriers, Curious foggy machines, and with the resumption of formal cash acceptance on the bus fleet, we began to resume our formal proof of payment activity, that being the month of October, issuing warnings, November on, phasing back into our traditional proof of payment activity. Next slide, please. So historical incurred staffing levels. Historically, TriMet had more than 60 fare inspectors. If I can draw your attention to the chart on the left, next to 2018 under new staff, that 3 FI, that's 3 fare inspectors. Those were the 3 that were transferred over to safety and security as part of the agency realignment. Due to other priorities, in previous years, fare inspectors were transferred to field operations as supervisors, with fare enforcement as an added responsibility. As we discussed in 2018, TriMet began rebuilding the fare inspection program to address increasing fare evasion rates and code of conduct violations, bringing us to 2020. Well, we now have 18 fare inspectors on the system. 18 may sound like a lot, but when spread across a nearly 24/7 operation and a 533 square mile service area, there's never more than a few proof of payment staff working at a time. The program needs to continue to grow to address increasing demands. Next slide, please. So, despite the administrative options and reduced fare programs, fare evasion still exists. What you're looking at here in the map, and I apologize, it's a bit small, is a fare evasion map that's produced by our team. And this is a snapshot of District 1 in June of 2020. And it's just an idea. Those darker areas and darker shaded areas that you see are where operators have reported at single locations or shared stops instances of 400 or more fare violations by boarding riders. Next slide, please. So 2019 fare evasion citations. You can see the bulk of the citations issued in 2019, that blue shading, were for first-time offenses. Working clockwise or counterclockwise around that, you can see there were 868 citations issued for third offenses and 1,382 for a fourth or more offense. Typically, there's 4 reasons people avoid paying fare, Those who take a chance, those who are unable to pay, those are the folks that through our reduced fare programs we, through the citation process, help connect with the program for them to meet their mobility needs. Those who don't know how to pay, these individuals, they rarely ever receive a citation. These are folks who are visitors to the community, new to our system or new to our fare technology. These folks, we educate those to show them how to use the technology. And those who always will fare evade. Those would be your third, fourth, or more offenses. Next slide, please. So again, a little bit of a busy color wheel here. So of those who resolved their citations administratively with TriMet, how did they choose to do so? You can see that in 2019, 23% of the citations issued were resolved through our administrative processes. That's about 3,600 out of about 15,500 total citations. If I can draw your attention to the blue shading on the color wheel, you can see that the vast majority, 55%, chose to resolve their citation through payment of a reduced fine. Working around counterclockwise in the orange, you can see that 20% were dismissed. This was through our appeals process. These are individuals who, for whatever reason, at the time were unable to demonstrate they were in possession of valid fare. Perhaps they didn't have their qualifying ID, their electronic device may have died. The administrative process allows these individuals to very quickly resolve these citations without interaction with the court. Continuing on around in the purple, you can see, I think this is great. 12% of those individuals resolved their citations through enrollment in the Transit Assistance Program. Continuing on to the green, 3% through enrollment in Honored Citizen. And then finally around to the yellow, 8% through successful completion of community service. Before I move on, are there any other questions about this slide? Okay, hearing none. Next slide, please. Okay, other TriMet code violations. This is, again, a busy color wheel, but a snapshot of individuals who were issued citations that were not eligible for resolution through our administrative process. Why? Because they're either behavioral citations or fare and behavioral citations. As you can see, alcoholic beverages, refuge and waste, violation of signage, harassment, intimidation, etc. Next slide.
Justin, just for the board members, this is available in your package because if it's an eye test, I fail miserably based on what's on the screen. So it is available in the board members package. So,
thank you, Jeff. If you can click on the image there, get a very short video to share if it'll play.
Does not want to cooperate.
Okay, that's fine. In the interest of time, we'll move on. This is just a video put together in partnership with our public affairs team, showing and helping to educate riders when they encounter fare inspectors with our customer safety officers, what they should expect. Help taking away some of the mystery of what these folks are out there to do, and that they're there for customer service. Or to help with other public safety concerns. Next slide, please. So we talked that only 23% of citations issued, fare citations by TriMet in 2019 were resolved through one of our administrative processes. Our public affairs team put together a mailer to send out to the individuals who did not resolve with us, asking some very basic questions as to why individuals chose not to. So you can see a little over 6,500 records or citations were reviewed. Of those for the mailer, 2,778 were not eligible for the mailer because they contained false information or addresses. A total of 3,817 surveys were sent, and of those, 1,300 were returned as undeliverable. As a result, approximately 33 or 35% were due to invalid addresses. We only had a 1.4% response rate for a total of 36 responses. The vast majority of those individuals indicated that they either forgot about the citation, they wanted their day in court, thought they could get a better deal in court. But the good news is, of those respondents, 61% indicated that now that they have more information or better understand the process, they would utilize the administrative options in the future. One thing this slide also shows is one of the unintended consequences of removing peace officers and law enforcement from our fair compliance activities is individuals are less likely to give correct information during the citation process to our staff. Next slide, please. Same conclusion, fair compliance with unarmed security continues to be an important program to ensure the safety and security. Fair inspectors operate as the eyes of the system and enforce all of the rules to ride and help ensure the livability issues of the system. As we know, fair recovery is necessary for the financial health of the system. As we saw, administrative options are underutilized by numerous riders who have been cited for fair evasion, and more data and thoughtful evaluation needs to occur. We need to continue to focus on taking a holistic approach to ensure code compliance. We have a very diverse team of fair inspectors, both by race, gender identity, and even language. And that completes the presentation, and we'll be glad, either Marla or myself, to entertain any questions at the pleasure of the board.
I'll just real quickly say, I want the board to understand that this system has been in place for a few years. And it was really, TriMet really took the lead nationally, from what I understand, in decriminalizing fair enforcement. You have to understand that previously, when folks would get these tickets, they have to go immediately to the court system. And that doesn't happen anymore. Now they go through an internal, non-criminal administrative process at TriMet. And as I understand it, it's only for folks who are repetitively caught not paying their fare. Those are the folks who are going to end up in court. So this really is a great innovation around addressing, honestly, mass incarceration issues. This is a way to resolve our concern, which is that folks pay their fare, but not have folks end up on a pipeline into the criminal justice system. So I'm just really proud of this and really glad that it's been instituted. And the community service option is a great option, a great program for those who can't afford to pay their fine. We know that the vast majority of people are just, as you said, taking the chance that they won't get caught. But for those who don't pay and who don't have the ability to pay, there is the low-income fare program they can enroll in, and then they are not subject to paying the fine. That's another kind of out, or another resolution in the system. So I'll brag about this program. I think it's really a great initiative. I wanted to ask about, on slide 11, you mentioned a social support system address. What does that mean? Social support system.
These were individuals who perhaps provided an address, such as transition projects in downtown 750 Northwest Irving, as their place of residence or where they received mail. I appreciate your comments on how this has been a leadership program within the organization. We've had everybody from Metropolitan Transportation Authority in Boston, King County copied this program almost directly. Minneapolis has reached out to us, and with the community service, I'd like to touch on two. Through some of our community service providers, individuals with as few as 12 hours can earn laptop or desktop computers with warranties. Others, while giving back to the program, such as the Rebuild Center, can learn basic carpentry or electrical or plumbing skills that can, continue to serve them.
Other comments? I see Linda Simmons, you have a hand up.
Yes, Marla, I know we're a long ways from 60, and I know we're in a hiring freeze, and I know the financial issues, facing the agency. Do you have any kind of sense of we're entering another budget cycle for FY22, whether or not you'll be able, even in these tight budget times, to be able to begin to bring back more inspectors?
Yeah, that's a really fantastic question. And I think what we will be doing in the Reimagine Public Safety is really looking at the entire scheme of the entire security and safety program and how we can augment and increase presence on the system. That is one of the primary objectives on Reimagine Public Safety, is to increase that presence, and that presence will need to be a combination of code compliance staff, also ride guides or customer safety staff. So we'll look at all of that. And of course, we know the general manager supports those initiatives for Reimagine Public Safety. And I think we're going to have to get a little creative moving forward, but we're down for that challenge.
Thank you.
Director Way?
Yes, thanks. I have a couple questions and comments. So first off, thank you for the update. I think this is very timely. Can you go back to slide 5? There's a couple of slides that I just wanted to reference, but slide 5 was one of them. So at the, let's see, there was a bullet point, the last bullet point where it says, program must continue to grow to meet demands. And then there was another point that was made at the end around we need more data and evaluation. I guess to say that we must continue to meet demand, what data are we basing that on? And I know that we just embarked on a really robust Reimagine, public safety process. So my assumption as a board member is based on that, where we're saying we need to grow to meet these demands. But I also don't know if that's accurate, because I think as a board or as one board member, I would like to see more data, more survey, so that I feel confident in justifying, this is the level of staffing that we need based on this available data or feedback from community or whatever it is. So Marla, can you sort of explain, I guess, where that bullet point was coming from?
Yeah, so this specifically is talking about fair compliance, and our fair compliance rates anywhere pre-COVID were probably hovering around 16 to 18% of our riders were not paying fare. Post-COVID, we actually estimate that it could be as high as 26, maybe even 30% of our riders may not be paying fare. So you're right, we absolutely need to get a little bit better handle of this and do some more fare compliance surveys. But that is specifically talking to the fare evasion rates. And I will turn it over to Doug, how he can say what, as an agency, what we're trying to target at.
Yeah, if you look at other transit agencies, you would see typically code compliance is around a 3.5% to 5%. Let's take it to 7% range. So we're about 2.5 to 3 times higher than the normal standard compliance, and that's on top of low income fare, all those other alternatives that's been nicely covered already. So that's typically the range as a proof of payment system. So I would suggest we need to be moving this down probably by half over time.
Okay. My next question is slide 9 with that pie chart of the multicolored pie chart of that one. Yes, thank you. I wasn't sure what that was called again. So I wanted to, excuse me, I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of that harassment and intimidation slice, because I want to really just lift that up, because that is something that we should not tolerate as an agency, is any type of harassment or intimidation, especially if it invokes violence towards gender or different identities. So I just would love someone to explain if we are encountering someone again who is, you know, clearly racist or saying a lot of threats and harming other people, how do we deal with that? Do we just give them a violation and let them go, or what is our process?
Justin, I'll let you share what the fair inspectors do for code compliance regarding this.
Sure, thank you. Well, in many cases, and this is a snapshot that is specific to, you know, what citation activity, be it fair or code violations, have been issued and take place by our staff. Obviously, our staff are supported by our transit police officers or even other responding agencies. In many cases, if we get a loud verbal or something like that that comes into the command center, supervisors are dispatched. Depending on the significance of the incident, law enforcement may be simultaneously dispatched. And so it is something that is a huge focus. We have extensive support. We just had a meeting yesterday with our new public safety partners, here in our building. And this is something that, they really want to support us with. So in most cases, what you would see here as far as this data would be, maybe there was an arrest that took place for that type of horrible, inappropriate behavior. And this is just supporting that arrest. Perhaps one of our code compliance staff also issued a citation. And what that helps the officers with, if it escalated to criminal activity, is to kind of show, how did we get to that point? If that's an example, but our folks do the best they can. This is something that, as you said, we do not tolerate and have full support from our public safety partners.
Thank you, Justin. That's really thorough. And for me, as a board member, would love to see again more of that data that you just talked about, particularly around this sort of harassment and intimidation piece, because I just know that, again, the incidence of hate crimes and hate speech and, then just horrible physical violence have been just on an uptake over recent years. So I think it'd be important for us to have some data as well as what is our proactive and preventative response from actual physical harm from taking place.
Yes,
I might just add to this. I think you may have seen over the last year plus, I've actually, under the general manager's authority, I've actually banned people from the system for life. You don't want to do that. You want people to behave properly, not just to our employees, but also to the public at large. This gets back to providing a safe and trusted system for everybody to use. So that's an extreme tool in the toolbox, but we've used that on a few occasions now with people with sentences who've just already gone through the court system. But the court system it's not working, or they have other mental challenges who shouldn't be on our system. So we're using more tools in our toolbox, and we need more presence on the system as well. With presence comes typically good activity. This is where TOD fits in as well. So if you get good activity around a system, then crime historically drops off. And so through all these fronts, short, medium, and long term, including our partners that Justin referred to, that's where we need mental health professionals on the system. This is back to the reimagining safety security, not only for our employees, but for the public at large as well. So there's more and more tools we continue to build because this work is far from finished. We got a lot of work to do here.
Just my one other comment that I have is how we're using the word offender. That was also, I forget what slide it was on, but I also I have some problem using that word offender because I feel like it does not set up folks for success. I'm specifically thinking about young people who, might get a citation, might get sort of this word offender tacked on to them just because they forgot their fare or just forgot to pay that day. I don't know if that's something in statute that is the reason why we need to use that word offender. But I would, again, back to words and language are important. From what I had stated earlier, you know, I think there might be other ways of calling someone who has not paid rather than just calling them an offender, because that does carry weight. Again, I think disproportionately to different groups and different communities. So just a comment.
Director Way, thank you for that comment. And yes, we're definitely being very community sensitive about this program. As you'll see, we are transitioning from a fair enforcement program to a code compliance program. We are trying to reduce the enforcement aspect of it and talk about how we should be complying with the codes. So thank you.
Okay, Bruce, I think you're on mute there.
Thank you, Doug. I'm seeing no other comments or questions from the board. I guess, Lori, I wanted to make sure that you feel you got what you needed. Oh, I see Keith raising his hand here. Let me start with Keith and then get back to you to close it out, Lori, okay? Keith?
Yes, I just wanted to say thanks to the staff for doing this great work, because this has been a transition for them, I'm sure. Trying to reimagine and rethink how they deal with the fair enforcement. But also I wanted to ask, and maybe it was in here, but the frequency of these occurrences, are they able to identify certain frequencies of different occurrences that are happening, and so that, is there a pattern in a certain region by date, or not by date, but by time and by area?
Yeah, I'll be glad to take that one, Marla. That's Director Edwards. That's a very good question, and that's something you know, earlier in the slide, and trying to be, you know, diligent with time. The reverse geocoding that I mentioned to really start to be strategic. Essentially, these electronic citation devices our staff have, like any mobile device, you know, our GPS have GPS capabilities, and as we develop this program, when it's picking a location, it will actually talk through the back end of TriMet to determine, you know, what location you're actually at, and it can break it down not only by time of day, but is that a line 70 at 17th and Center inbound or outbound? And that's really why we wanted to have that capability, is to start maybe trying to make some sense. Is it early morning in this area? Is it late evening? So we have that capability moving forward when we really want to start, you know, diving in and being more strategic with how we allocate resources.
Very much.
Now, Lori, I'll let you have the last word, since you were pretty much our champion in helping work to decriminalize our system and make some of the changes here.
No, I just sat in on meetings early on, but certainly when I first joined the board and I did my ride along with the transit police and I saw someone arrested on one of the platforms, it did make me wonder about how people who don't pay their fares end up being arrested. And so I have a better understanding of that now, and we've made changes. We're not slacking off. Those who really are committing serious offenses are still being addressed, but these fare evasions are being treated differently. So I hope it was helpful for the rest of the board as well.
I would just like to add on here, if I may, President Warner, I also want to thank those folks on the front lines here who do this work. This is hard work. It's not popular work often. And I want to thank Marla for helping chart, and along with John Gardner and others, and the whole decriminalization. This has taken a bit of a village inside TriMet, but I really want to applaud to Marla, to John, and to the frontline staff who do this every single night when we're at home sleeping or doing other things. So it is really important work for the agency, and they do a great job on a complex topic. So thanks.
Can I mention one more thing real fast, which is that the monetary penalty was decreased also. We didn't mention that. And that, as I understand it, has reduced some of the negative interactions between the fare inspectors and riders. So that's also a very important change.
That's correct.
Well, thanks, staff and Doug, for putting this together. Again, I want to thank the board for hanging in there for the entire purpose today, or time today on this, but there were some important things to deal with. And so, Doug, is there anything else we need to know today before we say goodbye?
I'm just going to snuff the candle out, and I think we're done, Bruce.
All right.
From management's end.
All right. Well, thank you all. Have a good rest of the day. You got at least 2 or 3 hours of sunlight.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.